Hello. Hello, everyone. How are we doing today? Let's see. First things first. I'm starting a little bit early today, and I have to admit I have a reason why. I'm being a little bit naughty. But I'm home, as you can guess. I'm without a puppy because, honestly, my mum decided the dog was spending far too much time with me. He's just been driving with me and staying in hotels with me for the last couple of days. The dog, she's worried that he's going to get separation anxiety next time I go away anyway. So, that's probably sensible. Anyway, he usually gets separation anxiety when I go away anyway. But I thought I'd start off this a little early because, of course, I get home. And getting home means this has arrived. Yes, it's a lovely box of books from Pen and Sword. And let's open it up. Now, I have to admit, I'd opened it, and I thought, hang on, I can do this nicer. I can actually show you what the books come out and what they look like when they come for delivery. These are the books which are sent to me to review. So, here you go. I have all the costing details. But that usually goes over there quite quickly because, honestly, I don't pay that much attention to them because I tend to find the prices on Amazon are different. First book they sent me, The Battle Cruiser New Zealand, A Gift to Empire, by Matthew Wright. I'm looking forward to reading this. I haven't read it, as you can guess I've literally just opened the book, but maybe it will go up in a soon episode of a book or two to review. Probably next week, because it'll probably take me about most of this week to fit in time reading it. And the next one. The Men Who Flew the Vought Corsair, F4U Corsair by Martin W. Bowman. Sorry. This also looks pretty darn cool. It's got some cool pictures in it, definitely. Really cool pictures. And nice stuff on the back, nice covering. Again, probably will end up in next week or maybe 2 weeks' time a book or two to review, but I hope you enjoy them when they come out. And that almost takes us to the normal time for starting. Hello, Peter Dawson. You were here very, very early. Hello, Timu Locker. Hello. Got the Never for Long League from the US on television. Hello, Frank Spadotto. Hello, Carl Van Gasberg. Hello, Night Heron Productions. Hello, Jay England. Hello, DGB40. Frank Spadotto, Dr. C, which modern naval developments do you find to be the most concerning for the West? Which developments make you feel better? They're all concerning. I have to say the ones that are the developments that are worrying me most are when you have people like rear admirals say, I'm not a strategist, I'm an operator. In the nicest way. If I can imagine if a rear admiral had turned around and said something like that to, I don't know, Fisher or Earl St. Vincent or Andrew Cunningham when he was First Sea Lord or any First Sea Lord, and a rear admiral turned around and said, I can imagine how quickly they would be out the door. The phrase "you're behind" is small leafy green stuff. I have cousins watching this. I'm having to adapt my language. Little cousins, would spring straight to mind. What makes me feel better? The fact that they're starting to do the exercises properly. And they are starting to think things through. And I saw some great ideas coming through from the Royal Navy and engineers, and they're actually thinking about the future generations. So, yeah, that's making me feel slightly happier. And also, the fact that, I'm going to say this on a personal note, I am going slightly higher in the number of subscribers. Now, I have to admit, I'm getting nowhere near what my aunt has set, So, you know, I am not. I'm still hopeful, but I'm not expecting to win that particular bet. But I am now only 20 short, I think, of 6,600 subscribers. So, you know, that's got to be an improvement in life and some fun. I think, no, that's the wrong one. Wrong one. I'll just remove that and then give up on it. But no, it was quite, you know, it's quite fun, that one. Hello, John Shea. Hello, Seneca Nero. I'm not going to repeat that. I'm worried that if I repeat that name too many times, the current serving French one will start following me around the world. Hello, Stafford Thompson. Seneca Nero. I only chose that name because it contains Om, which is the phrase Buddhists use to meditate. Potentially. Paul Johnson. Hello. Yes, this is the Kiwi ship. This is the battle cruiser New Zealand, the one which was protected by various enchantments, which worked quite well. So basically, when I write my journal article paper, which I'm going to submit at some point, which is that all based on the idea all Royal Navy ships should be blessed by either the Asante tribe or the Maori or any of these traditional faith priests, because those ships seem to have a very good survival odds compared to the others and virtually intact. If you want to build an invulnerable Royal Navy, you don't need to build armor. No. You need to get, well, considering how what HMS Eskimo did without even a blessing, if you get the blessing of of the various people who come who are grouped together under the title Eskimo. I know that's British one, and it's terrible. There's all sorts of different groups, and it's of different tribes and different that are grouped on that title. But I understand that. But I'm saying, you know, considering how well they did with just the name, let alone the blessing. Well, with the blessing, that ship would have never been defeated. It would have taken out the entire German, Italian, and Japanese navies solo, probably with its bow. Hello, Rick Vasalva. Good luck. Thank you for dropping in. Team Loka, best US fighter. I'm sorry, as much as I do like the Corsair, I'm a Hellcat fan. And even more the Bearcat. I love those Gronums. They're just these big fighters that just... They look like they're going to dominate the sky. Hello, KGV. You're not that late. Hello, Stan. I don't know if I've seen you in a while, so hello. Hello, Greg Salsky. Oh. James, Cunningham would have thrown him out the nearest window. Greg Salsky, small leafy green stuff. Yes, usually makes up a lawn. Seneca, I am an operator, not strategist. Instantly gets loaded to able seaman. To be honest, I don't think even any chief petty officer I know would ever describe themselves as that. Because in my experience, people who could describe themselves as operators are usually some of the most thinking people you will ever meet. Because they have to be. Because they do the really high risk, very, very dangerous stuff, and they have to think it through before they do it, because otherwise they will be pushing up daisies. Yeah, it's an aphorism. That's one I can get away with. But so for someone who is supposedly a 2-star to say that, it's obviously a glib reply to get out of answering a question. And frankly, it's just terrible. Just don't. Thank you, King George V. John, look, do you think the Goldwater Nichols Act, combatant commands, has proven itself a detriment to US in a Simsek article? Yes. I think it made sense at a time in the Cold War. I don't think it makes sense now. And we'll just add that in. There are plenty of things which made sense at the time, but they don't make sense now, and that's one of them. Hello, Bug829. Hello, Aviator Enterprise. Frank's Fun, I saw the latest build trumps. A lot of you seemed a little down about events. It was interesting to talk it through. It's one of those things, when you have bilge pumps and you're sitting there talking it through, you can, at certain points, feel a little overwhelmed. And one of the things I have to say I'm sitting there looking and feeling overwhelmed is, as I've said many times, and I think I said this the other night, American cruiser program. And if any country in the world needs cruisers, it's the United States and the US Navy. They need that level of firepower because they need something which has a big impact but isn't a full carrier group. They need it. And they have sitting there a perfect body to build on. In the nicest way, if you look at the Ticos, the Ticos share a hull, I think, with the Spruances, or it might have been the Kids. I remember they are basically a tin can. They are a destroyer leader rather than a destroyer, rather than a cruiser. And frankly, the Zumwalts are far more of a cruiser. They needed to be slightly bigger, i.e. carry more VLS to be a proper to fill the cruiser role, as the Americans are looking at it. But they could have done that. That's not really that difficult to do. Expanding the Zumwalt hull to take on some more VLS and taking that up probably about 2,000 tons is not a major engineering challenge. It's not a task which is going to stress you out. So, yeah. And again, that's the classic example. The fact that hasn't been done, I would say, is down to things like the Goldwater Nichols Act. Because the cruiser has got to fill so many briefs to be built that it's probably never going to get built, but they really need one. Whereas if you were just fulfilling the Navy brief, you could go, we need these cruisers. This is the Zumwalt hull, it will do, we'll do it. And there is no surprise that the Tico comes before, really, the Goldwater Nichols Act has an impact. Hello, Shawmac. Jennifer. Joe Bud Guy 8829. What would happen if the attack on a turtle was successful during the US Revolutionary War? Expect there to have been some rapid energy put into developing submarines. There would have been a growth of... How do I put this? So it would have been, there's a one-person turtle, that's just been successful. Okay, let's see if we can try a two-person turtle, because that'll be even more powerful, and then the British would be building their own turtles to try and figure it out, and you'd have your first submarine building race over turtle designs. Who knows what World War I would look like, seriously. Because that's the point. The submarines start off looking like this, and they probably expand them looking like that. At what point do they go a cylinder, or they just keep growing into bigger and bigger globes? Your submarines could all be perfect spheres. Probably. Unlikely. At some point, someone would go, it's just easier to build a cylinder. But they could do. Good Lord, I'm just imagining manoeuvring a submarine which was a perfect sphere. Oh, good gracious me. But on the plus side, a steel sphere with a little conning tower on top would be would be fairly good at deep diving. That could be a really interesting submarine. So most of them actually like Eskimo. When Edmonton changed their CFL name this year to Elk, a lot of people were annoyed. Is Eskimo just one of the kind of people or a name for all the northern tribes? As far as the British seem to treat it, it's a name for all the northern tribes. That's what they consider it. Canaris, is that YT1200 on Dr. Clark's t-shirt? Shimmy. Good evening. All praise. Praise be to Blackburn. Also, my auto type on my phone now, when I type, praise comes up with Blackburn as a suggestion. I may need to stop. Just as long as it doesn't come with Blackburn auto type after you've written love or anything like that, that you should be okay. Otherwise, you could get into trouble with family and friends. Seneca Eskimos, all peoples living in north of the polar circle. Inuit is the ones living in Canada. For King George, King George V. Do you know if the T-26s for Australia and Canada are being built by the UK or in Australian Canadian yards? In Australian and Canadian yards. That was an easy one to answer. Dejan Grosak. Hello. Hello. Shipbuilding Trends of the 1880s to 1950s is a great series. Thank you. I'm planning on doing some more into specific points of shipbuilding and specific trends, but it's picking up the Dreadnought series and it's looking at some of the other stuff going on, and I'm gonna do something about cruisers and the reasons why you end up with the cruisers you do in the interwar period, because the loss of the armoured cruisers seems so nonsensical. Because if you think about it, cruiser levels had come in and grown, and they'd still kept producing the previous generation of cruisers. So why, when armored cruisers come in, battle cruisers come in, they stop building armored cruisers? It just doesn't make sense. And to be honest, it doesn't make sense to the British either, because they keep talking about wanting to build another class. They keep talking about them. They're talking about what they call a dreadnought armored cruiser. That's separate from the battle cruisers. And that would have been a really interesting vessel. But as I said, because imagine something sailing around the world with 10 9.2-inch guns and turbine powered. Let's say it has a speed of 28 to 30 knots. Even if it is built in 1913, 1914, so it comes into service just at the beginning of World War One, and you have maybe a class of them in service through World War One. You build half a dozen. The British are not going to get rid of those at the end of World War One, which means they're going to be sitting around till World War Two. You do not want to be a Deutschland class with 11-inch guns going. They're worried enough about counties with their 8-inch guns. If there is a freaking cruiser wandering around with 10 9.2-inch guns that can do a broadside of 8 dreadnought or 6 firing forward, that's gonna scare them. They should have been scared about the, Hood, Renown, and Repulse. But to be honest, they're probably playing the odds. What are the odds that one of the 3 battle cruisers happens to be in the same patch of ocean in the world that we are? If they are, well, we won't be in that patch of ocean. We won't be in that patch of ocean for very long, because we'll be a smoking smithereens. But that doesn't matter. What matters is, the capabilities they could have had. But thank you for that. And Frank Smatter, what post-war ship reconstruction do you find the best? Worst? My worst is the USS Chicago. My worst is probably HMS Victorious. Because honestly, it costs a bomb and is just annoying. The amount of damage it does for her. The best... Some of the frigate projects are pretty good. Some of the things which take the war emergency destroyers and turn them into anti-submarine escorts, pretty darn good. They produce some fairly decent vessels. Important for later. Definitely important. Now, Team Looker, what if the Finnish Navy had coastal monitors instead of the coastal battleships? Could they have made any difference in the Winter War? Honestly, what the Finnish Navy probably needed, and this is going to sound strange, is they probably needed to have bought HMS Gargoyle, because it's not Gargoyle, is it? No. Is it not Gargoyle? RN Masters. Let's check, because I'm getting the name wrong, I think. This is the joy of driving home and then doing a live. Your brain's even more scared. HMS Gorgon. If I often, when I'm looking at that particular conflict, and I'm looking at that particular issue for the Winter War, for the Finnish, they do need something which has significant hitting power, because they need it to be able to deal with do anti-ship operations as well as do fire support. But HMS Gorgon, that would have probably worked as fine for her. And if they could have had a class like her, that would mean excellent to back up their coastal defense battleships, i.e., some coastal defense sort of battleships. Not battleships, more coastal defense cruisers, you'd almost call them. 9.2-inch guns, heavy armor cruisers. Ticos and kids were modified Spruances. Thank you, Bug829. I didn't think my brain was lying to me. Jennifer, would you agree that USN is in the same position as the RN were in the interwar period? No. I'd say the RN were in the interwar period were actually doing slightly better than the USN is now. Because if you think about it, the RN in the interwar period had an idea where they were going and they knew why they were going there. The USN seems to constantly be striving for an idea of what they want to do and constantly pushing for it, but not sure what to do, which is what's led to things. Again, I refer you back to the Zumwalt's no-brainer cruiser fit. There's all sorts of things. They keep having to punt programs down the river and keep going, oh, we'll do that in a few years. We're working on this. We're doing another study, another this, that. You've got things ready to go. Do it. In the nicest way, if you were producing a Zumwalt hull, or expanded Zumwalt hull with the latest Aegis fit from an Arleigh Burke design, that would be perfectly serviceable, perfectly upgradable, and you could have that be churning that out for a couple of years while you work on what you want your Burke replacement to be, instead of keep building more and more flights of Burkes, which honestly, there isn't anything left in that hull. The only way you are going to get more out of a Burke hull is if you do to the Burkes what you did to the F-18s, i.e. the Hornet to Super Hornet, which is a completely different plane. That is the only way you're going to get more out of the Burke hull, is to redesign it and continue calling it the Arleigh Burke. Otherwise, it's just not going to work. Seneca, what shipyards went bankrupt in the 1910s, and what ships were built by yards that later went bankrupt? Lots of ships have been built by yards which did later go bankrupt. In the 1910s, not many shipyards seemed to go bankrupt in the UK, but I can't speak worldwide. And I'm sure there were a couple which were mismanaged. And I think there was one quite famous one in Glasgow, but it was taken over by Browns, if I remember correctly. But I can't remember its name. Frank Strasano, Dr. C, if the USA actually pulled back from the global stage, how would UK, EU expand their navies? Well, first of all, they'd have to realise, and then they'd have to think about it. And then they probably would have to end up expanding it, because there's a power vacuum. And we immediately would think, oh, well, are they expanding to the Pacific or this? No, the power vacuum will be worldwide. If the US Navy withdraws, then a lot of European security depends on US Navy presence. You think about it, there is the Ballistic Missile Defense Squadron in the Mediterranean. There is the various taskings off Africa they do, off South America, in the Indian Ocean, in the Persian Gulf. All these things would have to be replicated. You need the hull numbers, so it would take years. It would not be fun. Be an interesting force. And that could come about from it. And they wouldn't want to do it. Look at the arguments we have going on in the Britain moment. And it's a very simple case. You have a big bill. Governments for many years have been umming and ahhing over how to pay that bill. That's the social care bill. And the health care bill. These are huge commitments for the British governments. And you had New Labour, which tried to pay for it by borrowing. That was pretty much... Remember, Gordon Brown claimed to have stopped boom and bust, which is fine, but doesn't really work. Then you have the big crash of the 2010s. You have austerity, where governments try to cut everything but healthcare. And even that, they basically try and put the minimum increase they can into it. And now you've got a Conservative government basically going, well, we have to increase taxes. That's the only way we're going to pay for this. And then you've still got people going, oh, we want small government and this and that. You go, yes, okay, fine. What do you cut to pay for it? This is the honest answer. What do you cut? And I don't want the mouth words. Here are the words you'll hear from, and this comes from both sides of the political spectrum, which really annoys me. They'll go, we'll reform procurement. We will cut bureaucracy. And you go, reform procurement. Lovely. 2 words. It's brilliant. What's the next 10 words? How are you going to do it? You're going to take all the private companies out of procurement, in which case you're going to make the NHS entirely a sole source supplier of everything. Build everything in-house. So you're going to have to build factories, run all sorts of things to do it for everything. Is that what you're going to do? No? Well, then you're not going to get private companies out of it. There are always going to be some private companies involved in the NHS there. And here's the dirty little secret. There have always been some private companies involved in the NHS. There always will be. It's a simple thing. Unless the NHS does absolutely everything, and I'm not just talking about medical care, I'm talking about building their buildings, maintaining their sites, everything themselves, there are going to be private companies involved who are seeking to make a profit. Because that's what private companies do, because that's what they're set up for. That's their motivation for investing money, is to make a profit. It might be a dirty word, but this is capitalism. This is the system we use. And until someone comes up with a better system which actually works, it's the one we've got. So deal with it. But you move on from that. They're going to have to pay something. And now you've got people going, oh, we want small government. Well, okay, fine. You want small government. You don't want tax rises. What do you cut? And the thing about the scenarios you pointed out there, if the US actually does pull back from the global stage, then those people are going to be even more upset because they're either going to have to put their security and therefore their economy and their national interests entirely dependent upon other people, which they probably won't like because it will turn Britain from a rule maker into a rule taker very, very quickly. And they won't like that. And it would turn France into a rule taker. It would turn all of Europe into rule takers rather than rule makers very, very quickly. And that scenario. Or they're going to have to stump up for it, which means they're going to have to get the money from somewhere. Which means either borrowing, in which case future generations are going to have to pay the bill, or tax rises, in which case they're all going to complain about paying the bill. Or alternatively, cutting other areas of spending. In which case, what do you want to cut? And there are always suggestions. But let me tell you one of the dirty little secrets about those suggestions. Everyone always suggests cutting the area they don't care about and doesn't affect them. But that might be the area their neighbour cares about, who then might suggest another area to be cut, whose neighbour out on the other side will then suggest another area. Everyone always has good ideas about what to be cut, but they're always very sure that their area shouldn't be. Sorry, rant over. Senator, I only think about battleships and battle cruisers. I prefer it if it was a gap between the battle and cruisers, but I can understand that. Night Air Productions. The internal compartments of Russian special ops subs compartments are comprised of spheres. The ones slung beneath the new Belgrade sub. They are. Right on. Carl von Gesberg, are World War I admirals on the list? Probably. There is certainly a World War I admiral going to appear in the Chiefs of Staff video series. John Luke, would you recommend a return to the combatant command structure or alternative? I need the article to get. It gave an impression it has made little warlords, CENTCOM first amongst equal, and HR consultants. It's certainly been interesting for the Americans in terms of their operations. And like any bureaucracy, if you set up all these different command bureaucracies, there's a competition between each of them over which one's the most powerful. And they're mainly competing over who has the most, I don't know what, most aircraft carriers assigned, and most aircraft, the most combat units, and you just sit there and go, that's not good. That is not good, because what's your actual reason for needing those carriers? Well, we've got this. Well, do you actually need a carrier for it? Because this is going to wear out your carrier force, and then you need to replace them. And how quickly are you replacing them? And by the way, the amount of generals who spend their time asking for carriers, and then the moment there is a budget battle go, we shouldn't build more carriers or put more money on carriers because that's going to limit our tank procurement program or this, that, and the other. And you sit there and go, you just spent the last 3 years in your post shouting every time you didn't have free carriers in your area. Now you're saying you don't need them. A little bit nonsensical? Just a little bit? Hello, Richard. Hello, Albazaski. Hello, Carl Gosberg. Saying hello to him. Carl Gosberg. I guess the Panzer Chief were also were tad worried about the Greek G. Avrov, and she was even pre-World War I. Yes, they were a little worried about her. Hello, Sean V. Hello, Stefan. I thought you'd be later tonight. No, normally it's about 6. Normally 6 I try to start with. I did worry I might be later, but I managed to start on time. Took me less time to get through the traffic than I thought it might. Lionheart, that's right. Sad thing about the Washington Naval Treaty is that we didn't get any super cruisers till the end of World War II to do it. Due to it. Yeah. It was annoying, and then when they came along, let's be honest, they didn't really have a role at that point. If they'd been around prior to that, they'd have had a role. What was wrong with the HMS Victorious rebuild? It was very expensive. They only realised they needed to do the engines after they'd done everything else, which made it even more expensive. And it was poorly managed and poorly controlled. It was actually a very good idea to do it. It just actually managing and do it on Victorious's hull was unsurprisingly difficult, considering she'd been through the amount of war service she'd done. I was asking, Deutschland class, have any idea about the classification? Could we call them armor cruisers to distinguish them from the treaty heavy cruisers? Probably armor cruisers. First one, probably. First one, what is a Gorgon? HMS Gorgon was originally a ship being built for the Norwegian Navy, her and her sister, who were taken up by the Royal Navy and used as monitors. In World War One, and they were quite good ships. However, her sister was found to have had, well, how to put it? Her sister suddenly sank at one point after a nasty fire, and then when they opened up her, they found that someone had been using newspaper instead of cork as her armour. So that might have been a reason for it. Danny Films. It's 1960, and the traitors in the Albanian Navy have been expunged. You've been brought in to update Navy. You are a traitor. What do you use to do you buy used to upgrade? Wow. So the previous trader's been. What do you buy used to upgrade? Oh, at that point, I probably buy every British illustrious armored carrier. Going to upgrade, because after the Victorious rebuild, that's going to be nice and expensive. Could probably make a case for getting some battleships. Let's see, are Nelson and Rodney still floating at that point in 1960s? They might be just about still available. Probably not. Oh, let's buy some Soviet Sveldovs. They are good ships, but the first generation of them are really not that great in terms of their engine reliability. So yeah, buy those, because they'll be top of the line, state-of-the-art Soviet, and we're buying the carriers from the west, so we need to buy the cruisers from the east. And Gator class, any old American submarines we can get hold of, we've got to buy as many of those as possible. After all, they won the war in the Pacific. They're worn out like anything, but they won the war, so we've got to have them. Destroyers going around. British battle class are actually good. American destroyers are actually good. Most of the Axis ones are actually sunk. A destroyer-free navy. Right then, let's go for some frigates. Ooh, some Bay class, and get some Flower class corvettes as well. They'll sound really like I'm doing good anti-submarine warfare, but actually they're just going to be pointless by this point because they can't keep up modern submarines. And that's 1960 for you. Son of Canaris. In the Winter War, people forget not every Finnish soldier was Simo higher. No. What? Oh, hello. I think I might have to see it. Thank you. Thank you very much. My tea has arrived. This is the trouble with driving up at high speed. Don't stop for food. So, Daniel Phillips, what would have happened if Hood had been built with the 18-inch guns that may or may not have been built for the Argent Corps? apart from the US Navy probably having a panic attack, a lot of people probably having a panic attack, it would have probably changed the upper limit. Because the upper limit was settled on 16-inch guns. Also, and if Hood had been built with 18-inch guns, and she could probably have been built with 18-inch guns, it wouldn't have been that difficult. If they had been built, it depends on how many were available and how many had actually been built and when the program actually is cut. That's the real issue. If the program is cut later, or more of the program's kept going than it seems to be, then you might well find that they could have put it on. And she's got a slightly big enough hull that she could probably mount at least 6, maybe even 8. Probably 6. 18-inch guns. And what would she be used for? Well, she'd be very scary. So, yeah, you probably find that the upper limit would have been 18 inches rather than 16 inches. Because, again, the British were very good. You have to remember the cruisers and the definitions for cruisers designed into the treaty were all designed around the Hawkins class. So the British got the Hawkins class. They would have done they would have quite exactly done the same with Hood. Question at that point is, if the British get 2 new battleships, do they get to do it, or do they get allowed to complete another Hood class, or do they try and rush through another Hood class? Because the odds are they're not going to get the Nelson and Rodneys. Nelson and Rodney. Dan Phillips, what would you have built instead of the Panzer Chiefs to achieve the same political goal? I'd almost be tempted to build the Panzer Chiefs, but I would have gone with 3 double turrets, starters, 2 forward and 1 aft, rather than 2 triple turrets. If I'm going to cheat, I might as well cheat properly. And I would have found a way to give them more power so they could go faster. They needed to be able to do 30 plus knots. And you needed to build at least 6 of them. Hello, Nook. Senator, the DU needs to be build the infrastructure to build a proper navy. I reckon building modern yards in Portugal, Spain, southern Italy. The EU needs to build the infrastructure to build a proper navy. I recommend building modern yards in Portugal, Spain, southern Italy, and Greece. Yeah, that's an option. Sorry. I wonder if there was any way to sneak in a super Ardley Burke to get it past Congress. Be like, you see nothing. No, this isn't a new type of ship. It's just Ardley Burke Flight 5 or something. Shumack, waste is code word for things I don't think are important. Medusa was one of the 3 cursed Gorgons. Hello, the narrator. Hello. How much of a burden would the Tillmans be on the US Navy if the BBs just magically appeared? Oh, good God. It depends when they appeared. If they appeared today, the US Navy would go, 3 museum ships! Anyone? Free museum ships, have them. If they magically appeared in, I don't know, 1916, first the US Navy would cry, then they'd have to work out and build the infrastructure for them. And then once they got the infrastructure, they would probably sort of use them. But the infrastructure is going to be expensive. You're talking the infrastructure alone would probably double the cost of each ship to build the infrastructure to support them. Especially if you were building on both coasts. If only one ship appeared, that's not that difficult. But if you're talking a couple of squadrons of them appeared, then yes, they'd be crying. What would merely make them cry is, come Washington Treaty time, what the Royal Navy could build on that tonnage versus the Tillman class. Frank's found out, what is a rule taker? Well, it's the old joke in international relations. You either make the rules or you take the rules. I.e., you either have to follow them, whether you like them or not, so you have to take the rule. Or you make the rules, in which case you can ignore them when you like. That's the theory, anyway. No, Squad. People want Nordic model services, but they don't want to pay Nordic model taxes. Rather, they can't pay Nordic model taxes because wages have been stagnant for decades. Arguably, yes. Thanks, Stafford. Dan Fingerphillips, how scary is a spherical SSBN? Depends on its performance characteristics, but it could be very interesting. Senator Canaris, in a new idea for a series in defense of BT. Yeah, I'm sure there's some channel somewhere which would do that. Not this one. Vice Admiral Nelson, hello. Mm-hmm. Hello, Danny Wright. That's got the strategy book behind you, left to the left, page 364. Okay, that'll be nice. On June 19th, 1963, President Kennedy sent a national civil rights bill to Congress. This was followed by the dramatic march to Washington in late August 1963, organized by Rustin, involving 250,000 people and culminating King's famous "I Have a Dream" speech. Civil rights were now assured a place at the top of American political agenda. Inevitably, at this point, the movement came to face the fact that political rights did not guarantee improvement in economic or social conditions. The vote did not feed the children or pay the rent, although it did make possible further forms of political activity that might help over time. But King's campaign culminated not with black satisfaction, but with frustration, as riots broke out in inner cities. As King began to turn his attention to issues of poverty, the question was whether the methods that had brought political gains in the South and launched him to national prominence could work across the country on issues that were much more intractable. King had led a focused campaign with a clear set of objectives, working with communities he understood and with tactics that, once refined, served both to coerce local white establishments through economic pain and turn a media spotlight onto the iniquities of segregation by provoking their police forces into violence. The whites saw the local businesses being hurt by bus boycotts and city centre mayhem. They tried to suppress the movement with the methods that had served them well in the past. They alienated northern politicians and the media. If they held back, they had few options other than to find a new modus vivendi with the blacks. The movement's strategists could comfort themselves, even as their people suffered harsh treatment. This played into their hands, so long as their people did not buckle under pressure. The contrast between the dignity of the protesters and the brutality of the police created a stunning media spectacle. The problem was never with the clarity of the cause. The segregationist arguments were incredible and untenable, at odds with liberal values. The challenge was to convince blacks that to gain the same rights as other Americans, they had to work together and to develop a considerable local organization. In meeting both these requirements, the church played a central role. The strategy also required non-violence. This was not because of any expectation that segregationist hearts could be turned by this form of whiteness, but because it ensured that the movement kept the moral high ground. Those who learned their politics and the civil rights movements were convinced of the value of direct action and saw comparable causes to demand their attention. But these causes could not be so clearly cut as civil rights. The radical politics of the 60s began with dignity and restraint, but soon turned angrier, with riots in urban ghettos and sharp reactions against an illegitimate war. That, of course, is from Lawrence Freeman's Strategy. Frank Sposado. Let's see. Do you think that land and air warfare are now so much more complex, advanced that we can now apply last century? We can no longer apply last century's naval warfare on science of Dome 2. Oh, that's so advanced, complex, so much more complex, advanced that we can now probably, definitely logistics wise. Definitely logistics wise. Duscott, upscale everything with sea slug. I'm pretty sure it was more useful for psyops against ground units than as a SAM. Well, the thing is, if you carry enough of them, then they become even useful as a SAM because you're just basically filling the air with sea slugs. The actual thing you'd want to do if you're being really cruel is make sure you had one ship with each ship have a different type of SAM on it because you were experimenting to find the right SAM that fits you. So each one would have its own unique logistics and operating capabilities, which would mean you could never have an efficient force because you would never know what you would actually have available for any operations. Thanks for signing. What's your honest opinion of the cannon class from the Cold War? They were good little ships. Could have been bigger. It's good, though. KFC chicken. John, given your previous answers, the deficiency in US strategic thinking presently, which Western Navy is at the front of the pack in terms of strategy right now? Also, how would the US get out of the mess? Honestly, the Navy, which most often impresses me with its ability to actually prepare for a sound strategic reason for its existence and its being and have a strategy behind its procurement, is probably the Danish Navy, which I'm no stranger to singing the praises of. But the Danish Navy produces ships which do fit really well their own strategic needs. I'd say not too far down the pack from that is the Italian Navy. Again, very well prepared. And probably in third place, we're looking at the Japanese. Mainly because, and what I'm saying is that navies which look at their geostrategic situation, look at their strategic options, and are within a certain limits able to design for them. The Danish have managed to steal a march narrow thanks to the Stanflex system. They invested early, they developed early, and they've got it now to rely on it, and it allows them tremendous modularity and tremendous capability. All the things which we used to sell, the LCS and all these things, but that haven't worked with the LCS because it's got so complex and so many different factors put into it. The Danish have managed to solve. Or rather, avoid or work around or solve, depending on which was the better solution and which was the most cost-effective solution. Did the fluffy research assistant get his tea too? I'm very sure he's eating as we speak. Something true. What if the trails were set big explosion here? Let's put it this way. If during the shock trials, which are the name for the trials when they set off big explosions, the Gerald R. Ford sunk, there would be a lot of people with very large amount of egg on their face, very upset and very worried. Danny writes, the problem with the Agincourt theory is that the Furious had 40 caliber, 18-inch 40 cals. Those are a little short for accurate gunnery against ships, aren't they? You are, to an extent, correct, but they're also quite fat at their ends. And this suggests that they've been cut down. Now, the thing is, the only reason you cut down a gun is if it had been built for a ship which had a bigger beam and could take a bigger caliber. That was about the largest caliber which Furious could take with an 18-inch gun, is 40 cals. But, again, if you consider it, the British weren't that upset with 45 cals for their 15-inch, or 42s. In fact, the 15-inch Mark I naval gun for the Royal Navy that fits on most of their ships, the Queen Elizabeth class, etc., is a 42. So you're talking about it's a gun which has lost about 3 foot potentially, or 36 inches. That would have was all it requires to make a bit of a difference and make it a very viable weapon for anti-ship operations. Next one, is it too late to build more Zumuts? I don't see why not. It wouldn't be. It would be slightly more. It would be slightly expensive, but it wouldn't be probably as expensive as building something from scratch. Hello, Michael Patton. Hello, Dan Freeman. Vice Admiral, all other things being equal, what would be more dangerous in the end of World War II? Wolfer AIPs or electro boats? Probably the AIPs, because you could probably get more of them than the electro boats. The point is that, Dan Freeman, that the Arleigh Burke 6th generation will probably not be any more, be enough advanced to actually qualify as a 6th generation because they just don't have the power in them to do it. Dan Phillips, the Allies decide to distribute the German High Seas Fleet, which stays afloat, to new nations and the Greeks. For Dutch after World War I. Who gets what? It's honestly which nations actually have a coast to justify having a navy. Probably your biggest winners are the Dutch, the Greeks, and the Poles. They would probably get roughly a third of the battleships each. I wouldn't be surprised if the Dutch get the battle cruisers, and the Greeks and the Poles get the battleships. In which case, the Turks would be absolutely scared and worried. Hello, Carl Gannon. Elsewhere, cruisers are probably distributed fairly evenly, but again, there's only slightly more nations which can probably support them than can support dreadnoughts. And the pre-dreadnoughts, whoever gets them, probably are sort of scrap. The destroyers, the newer ones will be kept, the older ones will be scrapped. And the submarine fleet would probably be whatever happens to it got rid of. Because honestly, the Royal Navy's not going to allow that to be got. It'll be, let's put it this way. If they were on the tow to somewhere, the tows would mysteriously break and they'd all be lost. Gracowski, what would the RN do if the USN got Tillmans magically in 1916? If the US Navy magically got Tillmans in 1916, have a panic attack? Let me just check something. It depends on what Tillman you're talking about, but let's start off with something practical of the Tillman options. Let's go for, let's say, if it's 1916, let's say it's a Tillman 3. 63,000 tons displacement, 30 knots speed, the armour of a Tillman 2, and 12 16-inch guns. A Tillman 3 we will go for as being pretty much the option. And I will get that up, and I will put that on the screen for you all to see. So there's a reason I'm picking the Tillman 3 as the option. And it's not because I'm being, evil to the Americans here. I'm, to an extent, being realistic. This is what could probably have been built. I might manage to expand that a bit higher. Oh, could I expand that a bit higher? No. Ah, well, so I'm going to pop over and look down here. Hello. So, he says, as he moves in, this is 63,000 tons. Hood is, well, let's be honest. Hood is the biggest of the RN's ones, and she weighs in at 47,000 tons. So this thing has 16,000 tons on Hood. 16,000 tons on Hood is going to make the Royal Navy slightly worried. But if we remember correctly, the G3 battle cruisers, they were originally designed to be about 50,000 tons. And the M3 was designed to be also around 50,000 tons. So what you would probably get is scaled up G3 and N3s as your ending result. In that you would probably end up with vessels around about 60,000 tons. In the case of the M3, you would probably end up with, well, it was going to have 3 triple 18-inch guns. It would probably end up having 4 triple 18-inch guns. The G3 itself would possibly end up with those 3 triple 18-inch guns, so they might standardize on the 18-inch guns. It might end up with 4 triple 16-inch guns. I'm not sure. It would be whatever's quickest to build. But, and I mean this in all seriousness. The RN is looking at 45 caliber 18-inch guns in 1918, 1920 for the N3 class. It's one of the things which adds, in my mind, to the idea that Agincourt could well have been an earlier type. Because it makes sense for them to have been thinking about that already before they jumping up to 18-inch guns. It also makes the point that 18-inch guns are next logical progression for the British. So if Tillman-class battleships come into appearance, the odds are it's 18-inch battleships for the Royal Navy and roughly 65,000 tons. It would have caused a massive storm, though. It really would have done. John Luke, given the current situation and talk of Taiwan, do world players really think Taiwan will just capitulate? Would hazard it as more likely to turn into a bloodbath that shatters dreams of global rule? I don't think anyone really who's serious and understands the Taiwanese would expect them to capitulate. But you must remember, there are a lot of people in this world who are paid to talk and paid to write. And they are paid by the word or the hour. So they will spend a lot of time talking, even when not. Oh, and I forgot to say, thank you earlier for the super chat. It was very nice. I'm currently having a fun month. And it's... when I say a fun month, I mean a fun month from the perspective of YouTube. Because I thought, with all the travelling around I was going to be doing, that it would be probably quite a lean month in YouTube terms. And actually... it's turned into a slightly above average month. Not the record-breaking month yet in terms of earnings, but thank you very much for everything and all the stuff you give me, because it really matters and it's really, really, really helpful in terms of funding things like the research trips I go and do and the stuff which is coming out. Senator Canero. Hello, Mike Button. I think I said that already. Senator Canero, what would a modern version of Tillman look like? Not a carrier or a submarine. Probably you would be talking about something the size of an oil super tanker loaded with VLS tubes. It would be an arsenal ship. And Freeman just suggested re-superspherical to SSBN. Combine and shift back to fish names for the US subs. You could have USS Pufferfish and USS Blowfish. You could. Dirt Squad. There is a theory that exchanges between countries are governed by a set of rules. Some countries, classically called great powers, get to make and break the rules at will. Other countries have to follow rules, lest they upset a great power and are not in a position to influence what the rules are. Can only break the rules with permission. Spitfire's crew decides to board Nassau after their collision at Jutland, deciding the ship is lost. What happens and how does Jellicoe react when he receives the widest information of the boarding? Okay, Spitfire doesn't have that large a crew. But any boarding could be a problem, especially if they take the bridge and the radio set and manage to signal to other ships that they're in the process of boarding and to get any assistance at all. It could end up turning into a general melee fight around Nassau, which might not be moving many places, because you have to remember the ship's quite big, and if they're bored and take the bridge, they could send signals down to the engine room to all stop. And the engine room would get the signal and would stop their ship, and it would take a lot longer for them to start the ship up than it would take them for them to stop it, or rather stop the boilers. Which could cause an interesting thing, because it could lead to a Jutland happening again the following morning, because the German High Seas Fleet would either have to abandon Nassau, and probably she would be taken by the British, or they would have to defend her, in which case they would end up being caught in place and the British battle fleet could engage at will. At which point Spitfire's crew probably gets all Victoria Crosses. And if there are any survivors, they get a ticker tape parade. Senator Nero, Admiral King and Martin Luther King switch places. What happens? That's an interesting one. So presumably they have similar experience of the Navy. So you have a desegregated Navy, which could well have a slightly better officer pool, but as a result, because they could be even more selective because they have a larger pool to draw from and a slightly better, corps. Because it's always affected, what's your pool you can draw from. You need an X number of officers. You can you can draw from a pool the size of Y, or if it's from the size of Z, then you're in far better position. But Martin Luther King, for all his quirks, consensus builder, very good politician when it comes to organising things, could well do the political side of naval battle in World War II very, very well. Probably would have dealt with MacArthur in some subtle and painful way. Would have probably had a better consensus relationship with the British. So might well have made the decision to ask for help in terms of the getting the Canadian anti-ASW escorts to come down to his coast and all those things earlier. So yeah, could have been interesting. Admiral King as the leader of the civil rights movement. At some point, I'm fairly sure a lot of people will be getting punched. Definitely, not even as much, Definitely far less ability to deal with people trying to BS him. Considering this, what book is this on civil rights? It's actually Lawrence Freeman's strategy, history, and it's from Black Power and White Anger: Strategy from Below. Because he doesn't just deal with military strategy; he deals with political strategy and international relations strategy and all the other options that come up. He's very useful like that, is Lawrence. Evening, Tom Garding. Sorry I haven't made one of these for a while, as I'm glad you're here. Death Squad, really strategy. By staying non-violent, but forcing the state to use violence against you, you maintain your public credibility with the state on the line instead. Yes. And somehow, some governments still haven't worked this one out. You know what would be a far cleverer thing to do? When someone's having a non-violent protest, and they're marching up to you, put out a buffet. Put out some tables and chairs for them to sit down in. Instead of being greeted by large numbers of police in lines, have them greeted by people serving them food. And water, and putting out umbrellas if it's sunny, and all those sort of things. That will undermine them on the news. Cahedron, hello. After B228, hello. Constratus, I'm seeing this trend with could have been bigger with ACs as you go on ships. To an extent. Mm-hmm. And look, that is the problem, but of course then you've now got modern social media, which is abused by some dictatorships, but is also something else which allows you to get your stories out. So, Canaris, the problem with the Danish Navy is that it always gets stolen as soon as the major conflict begins. And, of course, the number one culprit for that is the Royal Navy, which is currently building, Type 31s, which are based on Danish design. So we're going to be fairly familiar with Danish designed warships. Not that we're coveting them or anything. Seriously, if I was a Danish, every time a Royal Navy group came aboard our ships, I'd be just going, everyone, issue pistols, issue truncheons, issue everything now. Why? The Royal Navy are coming aboard. They like to steal our ships. And Freeman, Britain has an issue with building ships just to size. I mean, there's often not space for expansion as a crude generalization. To an extent. Or you have to take stuff out to put stuff in. That's good. For the Albanian Navy, upgrade with both of us 40mm AA guns. Arm each ship with the L43 and L60 in different mounts. They use slightly different and non-compatible 40mm rounds. Oh yeah, definitely do that. Frank Sparrow, what are some good books about US NDDs, pre-Fletcher, they'd recommend or already have? I have somewhere around the Norman Freeman's US Destroyers one, which is very, very good. And that's usually my starting point for everything before I go to anything else. people won't mind putting little timestamps in on their messages on their chats so I can work out how far behind I am. That'd be helpful. And I'm sorry. What are your thoughts on the new South Korean aircraft carrier design? Well, it seems sensible. They're basically building themselves an escort carrier. And if anyone has global maritime trade, which possibly needs an escort carrier, it's probably the South Koreans. Because if you look at their area, a lot of their trade goes through some very contested waters. Jack Ray, what are the shock trials? When did shock trials start being done in navies? Navies have been doing shock trials for a while. My experience, and I'm just going to check the exact date because I have a decade in mind. It Yeah, you're talking. The Royal Navy was doing something similar, but not quite shock trials on the full ships. They used models in the 1910s and possibly the 1900s. There's a debate over it, over whether or not they count as shock trials. Full-on shock trials seem to start in the interwar period, where they do some testing with other ships, and the US Navy seems to get really into them at that point. But shock trials, as we understand today, are really a 1960s production. Dana Phillips, it's now 1980, and previous generation have been expunged, and I'm called in to upgrade the Albanian Navy again, and I'm a traitor again. Seriously, Albania is so unlucky. Everyone seems to be a traitor. Well, it's the only option. It's the 1980s. I've got to buy Aegis. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm not going to buy a big enough hull for Aegis. I'm going to buy Aegis and stick it on the biggest hull I already have. So all those cruisers and all those vessels which I had, which were probably Didos, and actually definitely Didos. That's the most pointless ship to have post Second World War. Didos. I'm going to be upgrading my Dido class cruisers with Aegis. And again, I have to balance something. So, well, it's the 1980s. And so I will be ordering some Moskva class and some Kiev class aircraft carriers because I have to be fair. So I will have Didos upgraded with Aegis, and I will have Moskva and Kiev class aircraft carriers. Yes, that will be glorious. Hello, Animal 16365. Nighttime Productions. Here's a question I imagine is an easy answer. The Maltas are built. Is there ever an instance where the Invincible class or something similar is built? Potentially, depending on how the Cold War develops. And the British think they need an escort carrier. But I'd see more like something HMS Unicorn being built. I.e., it would be a fleet support ship / light aircraft carrier. They might build one or two of those. Also, do you know of any good angled flight deck drawings of the Maltas? I want ideas for a future project. There are a few on Shipbucket, which are quite good. You can make a judgment yourself as to which you like. The one I usually go for are the ones with the least pronounced angle. I.e., instead of having an angle which looks like that, it's more like that. Hannock, would adding an insert to Burke hull for additional machinery be enough of an improvement for additional growth? Nope. You can't. They're not. The hulls aren't designed to be added to. If you insert it to a Burke hull, you'd actually overstress the design. The Zumwalt hull could be grown because of the way it's been designed. The Burke, if they could have grown it, they would have done so by now. They would have probably got bigger. Honestly, if you have Olympia as your baseline, then they're probably getting faster and they're probably getting bigger and they need bigger guns. But that's probably better for the Americans because honestly, having bigger gun cruisers makes more sense for the Americans than investing in the battleship program almost. Thanks, What was the speed of Tillmans? It depended on which one you're talking about. Honestly, it does. The one could do 26.5 knots design speed. Same with the Tillman 2s. Tillman 3s could do 30 knots, which is again why I picked them. They're the fastest, and at 63,000 tons, they're probably the most reasonable. The 4s could do 25.2 knots, so could the 4/1 and the 4/2. What would the US Navy have been like if they had continued the Olympic design lineage in 1905? With its continuing doctrine, it's interesting. I think one of the interesting things from World War II from the treaty perspective and the loss of the armoured cruisers perspective. Is that in many ways the battleship has to do the cruiser's role. As much as the cruiser occasionally has to do the battleship's role. And if they'd still had the big cruisers being around being built, they would have been force multipliers for battleships, but also you wouldn't have had the battleships stepping into those roles so much. So you wouldn't have necessarily lost those roles when the battleships were retired. Because keeping a cruiser functioning, a large cruiser, is a lot cheaper than a battleship and a lot more sustainable. By this I mean things like station flagships. So, yeah. Olympia would have had an impact. But she'd probably had a limited impact if the Washington Naval Treaty had still been put through based on cruiser designs that were available and being built at that point. I was asking, would it have been actually nice if after World War I, British Navy got something more than 4 torpedo boats in a state of complete disrepair? But the battleships would be too much. We wouldn't be able to keep them running. Some cruiser destroyers and a handful of auxiliary ships should have been used today. Can't expect a new world navy to run battleships or other heavy airships from the get-go. Well, the thing is, what they'd have probably done is they'd have transferred the battleships across, and they'd have transferred all the Polish or other crew whose origins were from the former territory of Poland. And probably Poland would have scrapped all the older ones, but they'd have kept the newest ones. Animal 16365. With naval treaties collapsing in the mid to late 30s, do you think the RN could have designed the illustrious and inimical class to be larger instead of trying to honour the treaty limits? If I ever get the chance to turn my PhD thesis into a book, you will find out that actually the Royal Navy had plans for all that. And Henderson, etc. were pressing for it, and they were limited by the politicians. The plan for the illustrious class, one of the planned options, would have seen the same armoured deck, actually slightly bigger lifts, which would have been quite helpful. A slightly bigger hangar in terms of height, but also a slightly longer, larger ship, about an extra 3,500 tons, I think it was, in total. And it was designed around operating 4 squadrons of 6, 4 squadrons of, I think it was 4 squadrons of 16 aircraft, rather than 3 squadrons of 12. And that was going to have a squadron of fighters, a squadron of dive bombers, i.e. skewers, and 2 squadrons of swordfish or albacores. Would have been an interesting ship. Closer to Indomitable in design than the illustrious class. Right, so a naval historian at 100th anniversary of Jutland Mention of BT had actually gone in a circle during a run to north that he hid from history. Do you know where that circle happened? I think it happened about halfway along. That's about 1 hour, 7 minutes. So I'm running about 28 minutes behind. Henry Johnson, I wish my uncle still worked at bar so he could send the iron brew by the case. Oh, that'd be nice. Anyway, why didn't the Russians attack the Ottomans during the British and French attacks on the Dardanelles? An attack on Constantinople from the Black Sea at the same time would seem like an obvious idea. Because the Russians were worried about Goldwater's, the two German ships there, but also there were some problems going on with Russia. Let's just say there were problems. Then Phillips, the British arrive at Merzougbia only to find the chain reaction of powder B has decimated the French fleet. What happens? They have a party. They are very happy. Probably offer to help clean up the mess and try and support it and give aid. Their work's been done for them. They don't need to worry about it anymore. Danrim, taking the hint about them nearly being a record month. No, that wasn't what it was for, but thank you very much. No, just happy. It's kind of... How do I put this? It's nice. It's nice to feel valued. Especially as next week, technically, I'm back in university and have to go back to classes, to lectures, which is going to be great. I'm not sure if I am designed as a lecturer to just stand behind the Perspex screen. I'll see. I'm used to walking around the lecture theatre. Ben Graham, with modern tech, how fast long range twin 8 could we make? I know CLS are designed versus thin skin missiles. Had they been tried versus harder shells like older? Well, close-in weapon systems have been tried against artillery shells and mortar rounds. You have to remember they were using them a lot for that in Afghanistan and Iraq. They used them for those things. And a twin 8-inch turret. I wouldn't be surprised if we get it out to 150, maybe even further miles. Advanced gun system. The AGS is a 6-inch gun, and that's ranged for 83 nautical miles. And usually an 8-inch, you can scale that up. So I'd say probably yes, about 150. Because it's a far bigger shell. You could do a lot more with an 8-inch gun shape of space. And you probably get that out to 10 rounds a minute these days. So you could be firing 20 rounds a minute from that gun. Seneca, Lawrence, Dan, Norman. There are too many free ones, there are. I was asking, I would imagine BT signaling to Nassau, turn on all the lights and leave the ship. I'll blow it myself. Probably not. Probably, yeah. At that point, Jellicoe will be taking very, very strict control. Dan, would it be fair to say that with Canaris, the British had a better relationship with the German admiral than they did with Admiral King? More amusing as the King was an admiral. They certainly had a good relationship with Canaris. They did certainly have a good relationship with Canaris, which is nice in some respects, quite disturbing in others. And as you'll see in the video, which will come out about him, I think tomorrow. I think tomorrow's Canaris, from memory. Yeah, he's an interesting one. I also get on to Arturio, and I am so rude. Seriously, the Italian chief of staff. If you want someone to really muck things up, the Italian admirals chosen as their chief of their naval staff. That's good. Admiral King in charge of civil rights movement turns up at a mothball fleet and says, "I'm borrowing some of these." He then sails up the Pontomac. Possibly. Jack Ray, taking more for the hint of nearly a record month. Thank you, but that wasn't what it was, but that's so nice. As I said, I was just happy because, how do I put it? It's nice to know it's appreciated, and it's all the support is very much appreciated, but also every time I bump into colleagues who basically are going, "Oh yeah, there's no point in doing that," my usual phrase is, "Well, this month is better than last month's. That month was better than the month before, and I'm getting talking to more people, and I'm getting to discuss more areas of interesting history. And I'd forgotten to put the foam on the mic, and they sort of go, oh, and it's as such, it's nice." It's useful to deal with some of the things which get thrown around. Regarding the Linev book, Through the Eyes of the Enemy, USA civil rights movements were funded from the USSR with more money than the Viet Cong. Those claims certainly do come by that, but it's difficult to justify those claims to my mind. Civil rights movement gets a lot of money from local support, and that's one of the reasons why. How do I put this? Sometimes when a historian or someone writing a history book cannot find the data for something, they say, "We can't find the data for where this came from. And therefore, our presumption is X." With the civil rights movement, they get a lot of money from the churches, and a lot of money is provided anonymously. And often that money is linked back and given to, said to come from the Soviet Union and various other things like that. There is, though, another, more likely source of it. And it's... let's put it this way. People like me. In that, I probably wouldn't go and march. Honestly, I don't think there's much point. It's not usually my style, and I'm usually busy. But I would quietly give a tenner. And probably for some civil rights things, I would actually go and march. I have to say, most of the stuff I see things marching for these days, I'm going, Or alternatively, I have sick family, and I'm not doing that for them. Risking them by going out, which has been the more recent one during COVID. But there are a lot of people, think of it, a lot of good Christian people, or various other things as they used to describe themselves in America, who might well support civil rights, but don't want it to be known that they're supporting because not all their friends are in agreement, or maybe their spouse isn't in agreement, and so they drop off a few dollars here and there, and they can afford to. Quietly. And that's a far more likely explanation and a far more simpler occurrence than thinking there are Soviet agents running around America, dropping off these donations anonymously in $10 and $20 bills. That seems rather absurd, and that accounts for a lot. Yes, there certainly was some money which was funneled from that direction, but not as much as some books seem to suggest, is my opinion. That's good. And length of the National Mall is still point blank for any warship guns. Admiral King walks to Congress. Gives him a 24-hour time limit, enough to know him and know him by reputation. Team Looker. Perhaps you should get some corvettes after the Finnish Navy decides. Grand Duke of Mecklenburg. Hello! I don't think I've seen you on here in a while. Fun fact, Ironbrew is a complete dud. I would agree that. Frank Sparrow, Dr. C. Now imagine the Arrows with all three turrets forward like the Nelsons. Oh, God. Why would anyone do that? I'm going to have to get into that whole topic. I do realise I'm going to do an answers, a comments response video for that series, like I've done comment response series in the past with various videos. And yeah, there's going to be a comment response on the Nelson one. Because a lot of people are going, but it makes sense from this perspective, isn't it? I agree they have reasons for doing them. I just don't agree those reasons are valid. That's good. The time is 7:15. I am still running 28 minutes behind. 27 minutes behind. And also, the Royal Navy doesn't steal. They appropriate things. They borrow. Tactically acquire. Yeah. Keisha, the intention is to return them in the same condition afterwards. The intention is to return them in some condition afterwards. Grand Duke of Mecklenburg. Thoughts on the modern German frigates from the yeah, the modern German frigates. I have said quite a lot on that subject in bilge pumps. A lot on that subject, including the one which looked like it was a deformed Star Trooper's helmet. John Luke, what Star Trek fleets would you like in World War II navies to? RN Klingon, USN Dominion Act? Well, the Germans have got to be the Romulans, because in the nicest way, they always seem to have a tech advantage, but it always seems to go wrong. So that's the Romulans. I don't think the RN would be the Klingons. I think if anyone's going to probably fulfill the Klingon role, it would probably be the Polish Navy, because they are obsessed with taking out their opponents. The Free Polish Navy. US and the Dominion, I'm only saying that largely because the Dominion tends to produce a huge amount of ships, and the US during World War II do produce a huge amount of ships. And I would say the Federation is kind of like the Royal Navies, and I'm not saying the Royal Navy as in the British Royal Navy. I'm saying it's kind of like it's got the Canadians, the Australians, New Zealanders, all the Royal Navies combined, sort of Commonwealth, British, sort of greater Navy sort of structure. Yeah, where if you always consider the interesting thing in the Federation, at one point I was reading this in a computer game book about it. the reason that there are so many humans there is because the humans have been found as a race within the Federation to be overwhelming in favor of exploration, of colonization, and of joining the naval service. And actually, the human population, despite only making up about 15-20% of the Federation, makes up 45% of the 45% of the applicants, or something, for the Navy and for Starfleet. So, that you could draw links with that in the Royal Navy. Interesting enough, the Cardassians, though. You see, traditionally, it's always been the Klingons are supposed to be the Russians, but I would say the Cardassians are more like the Russians. That's more like the Russian Navy. And who would be the Italians? Oh. Italians are complicated. I'd say who are they? The ones who come in at the last stages of the Dominion War. Philosians? Not sure. The ones who have the weapons which take out the shields on all but Klingon birds of prey, which leads to Garak trying to dishonor Martok, which leads to Worf killing Garak and proclaiming Martok the new emperor. Try and remember who they were. Darius asking, could you fit Aegis into a Dido? Well, you could in theory, because they're big enough, but it would be cramped and you'd have to rip out everything for it and then just try and stick some missiles on there. It would be awful. Next one. And a Dido is the ship the RN gave to New Zealand. Well, yes, but they deserved it. They wanted a Dido because they they wanted the smallest light cruiser they could get. The British did consider getting an Aerofuser class, but they preferred Didos. They were newer. Anyhow, the M class are built as conventional subs with 24-inch torpedoes. How does this affect submarine development? Oh, good lord! If you've got submarines going around 24-inch torpedoes, i.e., the torpedoes off the Nelsons, then you've got some big ship killers. And those suddenly are cruiser subs par excellence for taking out enemy battle fleets. So that probably affects submarine development in that you might well end up getting submarine designs, i.e. the T-class, etc., might be built with a mixed armament of torpedoes, some 24-inch, some 18-inch. It might force everyone to go up to a 24-inch torpedo for submarines, because they might just keep pushing up. In which case, you're probably going to see submarines grow quite dramatically. Animal 16 Free Sky. I think the USA uses shock trials to see if nuclear reactor scram shuts down. They use it to see if anything happens, if all the electrics work and everything. If the ships actually don't pass shock trials, then they have problems. But to an extent, no ship ever passes shock trials. It's the level of it not passing shock trials which matters. Things always break. The question is how many things break, and what those things are that break. It's 2010, and the traders in the Naval have been expunged again. You have been brought in to update the Navy. You are a traitor. What do you do? Do you buy used to upgrade? Fudgesicle. Fudgesicle. If I have to buy a whole new fleet at the moment, I'm trying to think, what do I buy? Ooh, Belgian frigates with only 8 VLS. Yeah, I'll buy them. Albania is a small, medium power. Do I want to order a Chinese carrier or an American one or a French one? I'll order a French carrier. They're always on one. And I know what I'm doing for my submarines. I'm going to go on and order the same submarines of the French the Australians are ordering. Yeah. So I've got a French carrier and a French submarines. I've got Belgian frigates. Now, who's producing a nutty destroyer? Oh, there's only Ultron. I'm going to buy Flight 1 Burkes off the US because they're Arleigh Burkes. They're useless, but they're Arleigh Burkes. How does Albania survive so many traders in charge? I honestly do not know. John, what, in your opinion, is the key underestimated or overlooked weapon, the ship tactic and strategy, that is missing and will likely give someone a bloody nose or turn a short win into loss? At the moment, I would say the big problem that people are missing is sheer numbers of VLS. It's logistics. And it's not just logistics in terms of resupplying at sea, although that'd be a really useful thing to be able to resupply VLS tubes and refill them at sea. The fact that we have stopped fitting such systems and really stopped working on it is more down to cost than down to any sensible argument I have actually heard. Yes, it's difficult. Guess what? So is most of war. And waging it is not easy. And running out of weapons is a good way to getting your ships killed. The Royal Navy lost cruisers off Crete for that reason, because they ran out of ammunition. It's the same with modern VLSs. You both need to fit enough in the first place, which we're talking about at least 72, preferably 96 cells. And you need to actually be able to rearm them. So yeah, it's VLS tubes, and I'm going to keep outing about that for a long, long time. Rick Vassava, hello, to help make it a better month. Thank you, Rick. Death Squad, a simple switch in the wrong position causes shorts all over the Aegis system, causing massive damage. Team Locker, the Persian Sound Naval Shipyard folks' favourite team is leading the Indianapolis coats. Just to bring you a half-time update. Thank you. Frank Spotter, what is your best fishtail? This is at 1 hour 30 minutes. My best fishtail, and I am 28 minutes behind. My best fishtail. I once had a fish jump into the kayak with me. This is the joy of doing sea kayaking a lot. You can end up with some very random stories. And a fish literally jumped into my kayak. And I turfed him out with the paddle. So I like to think he swam off and found Nemo, but yeah, he jumped up. Fish don't usually jump out the water. He wasn't a flying fish, but he jumped. Ended up in my kayak and then got moved. Here's a download payment for when you and Drac do. I'm hoping a live stream together and all 16365 because as much as we do have a very good friendship and relationship, we are never going that far. Oh. Alpha B228. Let's see what you're in. Why didn't USN put the 8-inch 55 Mark 71 on the Ticos? Costs and some people being insane and thinking the age of the gun was over. Also, they would have needed to strengthen the hull. Let's put that in on the things. Going to make one. Only battleships matter. Probably the US in 1910. They always think they only matter. Bud Guy 8829. What would you do if you were the current Secretary of the US Navy? Well, apart from my Zumwalt class cruisers policy, stop ordering LCS and ramp up production on the Constellation class frigates. Seriously investigate the idea of a light fleet carrier based on probably the French version on the Queen Elizabeth designs, which are still floating around somewhere. BAE probably has them. Because at least then that's designs and architecture waiting to go. And probably also ramp up US Marine Corps APC production. US Marines are going to be asked to do a lot of things on a lot of islands in the not too distant future. As deterrence and, well, hopefully just as deterrence. And for that, they're going to need a lot of organic firepower because you can't keep relying on other things being able to support. Any unit which deploys has to be self-supporting to a large degree. I think it's my favourite phrase, which I ever hear, and I cannot remember if it is from a section of the Bible or not. But God helps best those who help themselves. And I usually combine that with my students by saying, you make your own luck. If you sit there and protest you're never lucky and never do anything, you never will be lucky. If you play the lottery, you will lose most of the time, the vast majority of the time. But sometimes you'll win, and you'll feel lucky. And the reason you'll win is because you actually played it. Because if you don't play, you'll never win, so you'll never be lucky. And it's the same thing with defense. You will never stand a chance if you aren't able to support yourself. If you build a ship which is only able to survive in a task group, it's never going to be useful. If you build a unit which is supposed to start deploy forward, but is always dependent upon others networking with it to actually survive against the vast majority of threats, it's never going to be useful. Yeah, Frank, those charts are spectacular. Tom Golling, trying to imagine what a modern version of an Age of Sail warship would look like, assuming the switch to steam, rifled shell-firing turret guns doesn't happen. How would a man of war be built? That's an interesting thing. We'd probably still be looking at a roughly version of ironclads like HMS Warrior. And that sort of element. If we're still using sail propulsion, we'd probably be looking at something like Warrior, because honestly, those ships use sail for most of their stuff anyway, without not steam. It depends, of course, if diesel or anything like that comes in as well as steam. At some points, different some of our engines get produced. No, it's an interesting thing. The trouble is, the further you get away from it, if you're talking about today, you're several hundred years, you're pretty much about 150, 200 years down the line. And you'd be dealing with many, many evolutions on evolutions and evolutions in wars and things that have happened. And what you could be looking at could be completely foreign to our concept of ship design. You probably still have a hull and float, but what we think of it as, what we think of being ships and what they think of being ships would be very different. I'm not going anywhere, Stafford Thompson. The thing I'm saying, I am going back to teaching. I'm going to be teaching, but remember, I did change the structure and timing of this around to deal with the lectures I was already teaching. So my classes are still going to be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Research day, normally Friday. And when I do Thursdays, normally those lectures are in the morning. And the whole thing's been structured so I can still do the lives on a Thursday and still do the lives on a Sunday, and I can still put up the recorded videos. Also, some of those recorded videos might well be recorded at various universities, so I might, instead of recording them like this, they might end it with this background, they might be recorded with one of my office backgrounds or at uni, or even they might be recorded with a big smartboard behind me displaying something and tracking away through that way. Like some of the videos, some of the earlier videos. So the thing is, I have structured everything so I can keep it up when I am back at university, because I always knew at some point I was going to have to go back. It's how I earn how I pay my bills, and I enjoy it. The students are fun, mostly. Some of them are absolutely disturbing, but that's mainly because some of the weird stuff they try and do, like get stuck in rigging. Uh-huh. Dr. Phillips, has anyone made a charity to save HMS Bristol? She looks so sad and impulsive. It would be nice if she was moored alongside Warrior. It would be nice if she was, but I don't think anyone has got a charity going at the moment. The lives, as I said, will continue at the Thursday, Sunday, and the lives will be on the Thursday, because the way my week works. I'm only a contract lecturer, and unless someone wants to employ me for full time on a Thursday, I'm free on a Thursday. That's my free day. Normally during the week, during the month, I am Monday, Tuesdays, Wednesdays. That's the weeks. Again, this comes down to the various university systems. If you're put on a part-time contract, and even not, I have a ceiling for hours on 2 of my contracts that I'm not allowed to go over 18 hours a week or 6 hours a day. And for one of those universities, it's very interesting because I technically do a week when you work out my hours, and this is lectures. The same head of department who signs off on me not being able to do more than 6 hours a day on my contract, I do 8 hours, and 4 hours in a week. So I do technically 20 hours a week. And the way we make that work is that when it builds up to a certain number, I get a week off. Or rather, I put in for a week's extra work when I'm not there, because I'm off doing something else. Because I'm not supposed to do more than 18 hours a week and 6 hours a day. So I can. So basically, every 10th week I get to go off somewhere else and get put into for weeks of pay, even though I'm not there, because that's the only way to balance out the pay. Yeah, it gets fun with university incomes. It does. And contract lecture salaries. Nighttime productions. How much did Lexington Sanitary class draw on was a response to the Hood Admiral class? And how do they compare? I would say they're not really a response to the Hood and Admiral class. They're a response to the US need for a battle cruiser in that time. But they do look at what the Royal Navy's building in the Hood and Admiral class. Yeah. That's obviously the rough figures you want for a battle cruiser. But again, the British were only sharing what was publicly available. The Alliance in Model 1 is not like the Alliance in Model 2. And even the Alliance in Model 2 isn't always what, you might dream it to be. And item reductions. In a one-on-one fight with crews of similar quality, which ship would you put money on? Well, as we know, Hood had an Achilles heel. It got exploited because she was of the trough. However, she still has more armor than Lexington's. And whilst they were supposed to have 16-inch, she would have had 15-inch guns. She would still have had more armor than them. So I think it probably goes to whichever ship sees the other first. But my thinking would be probably Hood. Because a lucky shot is a lucky shot. If Lexington gets it, they win. But if they don't get it, then Hood's rounds are a lot more likely to do damage than Lexington in the first salvo. And the first couple of salvos. Once you get onto the third, fourth salvo, both are probably going to be pummeling each other. But the damage, if enough damage is done in the first couple of salvos by Hood on Lexington, then she wins. Too much. That is a dirty lie. I am. The reason I was quite as careful as I was, Steve, with what I said is because I am not a specialist in that area, and these are books written by some history specialists. And as said, my instinct is to believe that it was far more likely it was small amounts. And yes, I am perfectly willing to believe that the Soviet Union, some of their agents, tried to funnel a little bit of money into the civil rights movement, more than likely. But there again, it was probably a negligible amount and had no impact at all if they did. But it was not by any stretch of the imagination, the vast majority of funding or more than they were giving to the Viet Cong. I think that's an absurd claim. But again, it's not my area of specialty, not my area of history. And I have read books which talk about it, and frankly, as said, that as we have all learnt recently with COVID, we've learnt the whole time with COVID, have worked out, just because you necessarily have a PhD in history doesn't mean you're good at dealing with statistics. Or you have advanced qualifications in anything doesn't mean you're good at statistics or economics. I do not claim to be good at economics. That is not my area of specialty. I understand enough of it to understand where it interacts with my area of specialty. And I have tried to study a bit more of it to be as knowledgeable as I can on it. But it is not my area of specialty. And therefore, I tend to work with people like Alan Sykes, etc., when I need to have an economics perspective, because he is an economist, a very good one, and knows it very, very well. Ooh, decision. So, assuming no treaties, if you were third Sea Lord, what you've built in the 20s and 30s? A large fleet of 15 to 20,000 ton armoured cruisers with 9.2-inch guns and 35 knots? More than likely. Those things would have been useful. I could have built a large number of them, and they could be complemented by about a fleet of 8,000 ton, well, 8 to 9,000 ton 6-inch cruisers. And a whole load of carriers. But the thing is, if I've got those ships, then I can afford to use them for deterrence means. And that keeps my armor production going without me having to build battleships until I want to build them. Most of the social media is academics or journalists, or my Twitter timeline is just odd. There are certainly overrepresented groups on Twitter. Although, considering the amount of questions I get in interviews about Twitter, I do worry about academia's focus on it sometimes. Ranchu McConnell's here is $5. This is your weapon procurement budget. You should use this to build a model fleet. I could. That could be quite fun. 740. Bangor 741. Timestamp for you to know how far you have to go. Following on from my question on the Dream 8-inch. What range would radars pick up something the size of a shell? Depends on what type of radar you're talking about, but probably would pick up an 8-inch shell coming in from a fairly long way away. However, that's the thing. Can you saturate it? If you've got airborne early warning up, you will probably detect the ship a long way before you detect the shells. If you don't have airborne early warning, and let's say your SAT's not working, and they maybe are using a UAV to do spotting for them, you could be in trouble. Because, and I say this in a sensible way, if they are carrying a magazine with 400 shells in it, and they are prepared to expel those shells to kill your ship, they could saturate you and overload you. And that's the thing, really. That's the point me and the Billitrons crew tend to try and sort of make with the guns, is that, yes, they are old tech. Yes, missiles outranged them. But the cost of a shell versus the cost of a missile is different. That's a very low-flying plane going over my head. And the cost of these things matters. Afab, do you think carbon rules will lead to more nuclear surface ships? Could do, or could prove to move to something else. Remember, there's a lot of navies interested in green and hydrogen fuels. Sumish, look, as said, it's not my area of specialty. But yeah, there are some very interesting quirks with that. I think I think the trouble is there are potentially, as you point out, racists who would push this sort of ideas, but there's also the people who see the Soviet Union or Russia behind everything they don't like. And unfortunately, sometimes those people come from what you would think would be your own side because they're trying to make the case for else. They're trying to prove ongoing and consistent attempts to influence politics. and the level of success of them tends to be overblown because, again, they often use Russian sources which say they've achieved all the success, and you have to question, what was the reality of that success? Was that really you? How much money did you really get in there? What influence did you really have? It gets overblown very quickly in the context of the debates in the United States and other countries. I say some interesting things that's on their faces, but leave that to one side. Don't do my point. I need to go back and watch Dr. Lark roasting the modern German frigates. The Italians are gone. The Breen! Yes, that was it, Frank's father. The Breen! They are the Breen. Cardassians had political officers on a high level of state control. So yeah, Soviets. Mm-hmm. Senator, what Belgium episodes are you roasting the German frigates? Belgium frigates, I think they get whole episodes devoted to roasting them. I seem to remember Jamie at one point telling me and Drac that we've been roasting them for 20 minutes and he still hadn't seen a picture of them. Then he saw the picture of them and then he said he was quiet for 10 minutes as he had to go get a refill of his let's put it this way, his fermented grape juice. So who are the Japanese? That's an interesting question. Possibly the Gorn. I always liked the Gorn. Frank's wonder, what is the difference between 21-inch and 24-inch torpedoes? What's the difference between a 6-inch and an 8-inch shell? There's a lot of difference once you get into them. The power of the 24-inch torpedo, the range, the weight, the size. Right. I managed to get sand up my nose the other day. Now, the British technically, the heavy torpedo was technically not a 24-inch torpedo, it was a 24.5-inch torpedo. And they weighed in at 2.6 tons. In contrast, the 21-inch torpedo let's see, the 21-inch torpedo from the correct period. We're talking the Mark 7, weighed in at well, actually, let's say the Mark 8, weighed in at about 1.5 tons. So that's the difference. The explosive charge on a 21-inch torpedo was roughly 340 kilograms, or 0.3 tons. The explosive charge on a 24.5-inch torpedo was the same, well, roughly the same kilograms. But the range of the Mark 8s, the latest one, was 7,000 yards at 41 knots. The 24-inch torpedo could do 30,000 yards, no, 20,000 yards at 30 knots, or 15,000 yards at 35 knots. And that's 1925's technology versus, well, in the case of the Mark 8, the last Mark 8, the Mark 8, late Mark 8, that's 1940s technology. So you have a 24.5-inch torpedo that's late 1940s technology. You've got yourself something which is very, very scary if it's fitted to a submarine. Michael Hines, hello. Were the York class a fair trade-off, and would the Iron be better off building more expensive CLs? No, no, and no, no, never, no, 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 no. I don't think I've done the county class cruisers yet, but no. Not sure I've said that enough times. No. I'm not a fan of the York class. I don't think the Type B counties are useful. And the RN needed more ships. That's what needed more hulls in the water. You can never build enough with 8-inch gun cruisers. And also, then you've got the fact that the sheer amount of firepower a 6-inch cruiser brings versus an 8-inch cruiser. 12 guns, 12 6-inch guns versus 6 8-inch guns, it's not pretty. I did used to have a full Excel spreadsheet somewhere, which I have lost when I had all the computer issues, but I'm attempting to rebuild. And it is quite telling. Very fun. How does submarine warfare change about World War II happening? It probably continues to develop at the pace it's doing. Probably you don't get AIP coming into regular service till 1950s. And you don't get really fast subs until 1960s. And maybe you get nuclear subs in the 1970s or 80s. But it still comes along. Okay, Adrian, it's 2020. The Albanians have expunged the traitors again. You are not a traitor. How long do you last? Probably not that long, knowing Albonia. That's probably driver traitors gunning for me. Grand Duke Melvin, I'm trying to do the math on the time delay. I keep getting distracted. Anyone got a good idea in the minutes? Currently, I'm at 7:51. So and it is 8:23 with me. So I am running 32 minutes behind. See how much money was in the way of developing those Rodney class 24-inch torpedoes. Only even used on 2 ships and pretty useless on battleships anyway. Regarding Bismarck, they were not needed. Well, honestly, the reason they're not used on more ships is by the time they're not by the time the Britain's building new capital ships, they're not really fitting torpedoes to them. Otherwise, they would have been used on more. Secondly, they've been developed for the G3 program and the other systems, so they'd already been being developed and were available. And thirdly, the idea in the 1920s, they were justifiable under the scenarios that existed. So you were building top-of-the-range battleships, they needed top-of-the-range torpedoes as well as other things. And at the point they were thinking about, they were going to have the money, and they were supposed to have the money and the permission to do the upgrades under the various treaties, that they could have fitted more ships with them. And it's government decisions that don't. Because they do look at the idea of fitting them to cruisers. And I think also at one point that was the idea for... Was it HMS Eagle which was going to be turned into... I think it was Eagle which was going to be turned into a torpedo carrier with a load of those on them. So there were other ideas for them. They weren't just randomly developing them. If there's a military intervention against China because of their actions in the South China Sea, not be pretty or quick. I also see a need for smaller, quickly built warships that... What would they look like? Honestly, the smallest practical hull you could probably build into a warship hull is something like those X-bow oil rig sustainment ships. You could probably build quite quickly. Or alternatively, the uncrewed vessels which the US Navy is currently playing around with and testing. You could churn those out quite quickly. That's probably what we'll be looking at. A combination of those two. Maybe even an actual combination of those two. Where the crewed ship maintains the crew to look after the uncrewed vessels and basically acts as mothership for them. Kendrick Johnson, where's that car guy? He loves AB destroyers. Shamak, in 2010, you also might be able to pick up some of the old Soviet surplus that has been rusting away. Chris Elsie, what's more interesting? Would the IJ know that long last if the British had not developed the Nelson's 24.5 inch? Potentially. Potentially. Even look at, he's digging a book again. I rarely dig books. I'm writing a few. I've got a few books though, that I'm trying to sort of put together. I don't know. I was just imagining all the liberal heads exploding when told new ships are carbon free because they're nuclear powered. Yeah, it wouldn't just be liberal heads. To be honest, and let's be honest about this one. One of the things I often find quite funny is the sheer paucity of the nuclear lobby in terms of hiring politicians or seeming to hire people to make representations for them to various governments. They tend to sort of rely on the science. Whereas the fossil fuel lobby and the renewables lobby both tend to be quite heavily supported financially and have all these people to come argue their case for them. And I say this having been in some interesting discussions at points as a former councillor. Listening to some of my colleagues about various, what are they called? Training sessions they've been on? Yes, assistance councillor training days and all these things. Where you have national meetings of all the national independent councils, or all the national labour councils, etc. And you have all these guest speakers come along. And you sit there and listen to the events and you go, I have to admit, I never went to the Conservative ones. I was a Conservative borough council, but that's UK Conservative, so I support the NHS and a few other things, which kind of means that if I was in America, the Republican Party would probably hate me. Which just goes to prove that, honestly, politics, as international as the terminology often is, it's actually quite local. In America, I would probably be called a socialist because I support a national health service. But I support it because I'm a conservative by instinct, not in small letters or big letters or any of those things. I'm conservative in that I believe that you should make and the reason I'm grouped in conservative, it could be grouped into any others, I would say it's more pragmatism than anything. I don't believe you should make decisions based in ideology. I don't think you should make them based on prejudgments. I think you should look at the facts and go with the best solution for the facts. And I don't care which side of the political spectrum it comes from. And I also don't believe in this thing of people who shout about, I don't know, and this gets me into trouble on the Conservative side. Whenever someone starts screaming about small government, I get into trouble because I go, wrong. Here's the thing. And I know this is the politics, but I'm going to quickly just cover this because I mentioned it. If someone tells you that all they want is small government, say, fine, what parts of the government are you going to cut? That's what you ask them. Do you want to cut the education service? Usually at that point, someone brings up the idea of vouchers for private schools or academies or all the other things, and you go, well, that's a lovely idea, but that would require a dramatic increase in the private sector of the private school sector of the country, and a costly bureaucracy to administer it for a lot less control of the government in terms of setting of standards, and all sorts of other issues. And the fact is, you'd be giving away taxpayers' money to organizations which exist to make profit. Now, you already do that to an extent, but it would be on a colossal scale, a scale which has only previously been seen in wartime when we've been buying arms, etc. In wartime, I'm talking world wars. And then those companies existed under very strict profit controls and oversight from the central government, which required a large government. So, you really want that? Basically, I'm for whatever the size of government you need, which is probably shouldn't be too large, because if the government is too large, it takes up too much money and too much space in the economy, and that's bad for the economy as having no government at all. But also can't be too small. It needs to be the right size for the economy and nation you're aiming for, the level of services you need, the level of security you need. There are times when some departments are going to need to be bigger than other times. And you're going to need the ability not to rapidly expand them, because it's probably not going to happen overnight, but to have mechanism in place to make sure you can expand and contract as you need. And that mechanism is probably the census, which we already have. And you can probably work it out if you apply a basic level of intelligence and you just look at the things and actually look at them. Instead of jumping in with your ideas already formed, actually look at the problems and look at what you're trying to solve. And there are real problems in this world which do need to be fixed. Poverty, inequality, all sorts of issues which actually need to be fixed. We have a huge problem in the UK in that we have education standards for in the lowest financial brackets. Education attainment is far lower than it should be for an economy of our standing, for a nation of what we expect from ourselves. And it gets mired in the debate of, because it's white boys, and remember, I was a scholarship boy, so I could fit into that group quite happily. Poor white boys, who are the worst. Well, yes, but the emphasis on that one is poor. And so we need to start sort of figuring that one out. And I would say, to an extent, some of that's the education, the way the education is structured, but that gets me into trouble with teachers. And I don't think it's the problem of teachers. I think teachers could actually provide far more fun and far more interesting lessons if they were given more freedom to expand a bit. If there were sections in the exams which rewarded knowledge beyond the curriculum for your topic, rather than just being focused strictly on this is the knowledge in the curriculum. If there were sort of ways you could include context. And that's one of the interesting things with A-level and A-level history. Definitely there is large areas of that, and A-level history is one of, consistently, I find, when dealing with university students, one of the consistent ones of showing me students who, if they've managed to do it, who have been exposed to looking outside the box. And there's a couple of other topics like it as well. Going beyond what's expected of them in the curriculum. Anyway, that's my government size rant over the day. Sorry, as I was driving up today, someone on the radio was ranting about government size, and it really annoyed me. Mm-hmm. Anyway. Right. Jack Ray, the main thing that concerns me about Burkes is they don't generate enough electrical power reserved for expansion. Somewhat ludus. That, and they don't have the hull which can take the stresses of actually expanding it more. That's the wrong one. Delete it. Did it? Dan Freeman. Create a Zubian-style ship from 2 Darings, 1940s, 1 AC and 1 DC electrical, but don't rewire for the Abodian Navy? Oh, that would be just evil. And what's the point? But yeah, if you wanted to be really gruesome, yes. Stromack, the USN figured out an at-sea resupply of guns. Magazines with the magazines were on the deck. Surely we can figure out how to put a missile on the hull. You'd think so. They actually had an idea and they had a sort of things in place, but it's very, very difficult and very expensive and risky. And the trouble is, investing in a system and working through it is going to take a long time. And let's be honest, Western countries at the moment, this is another political rant potentially, Western countries don't like to do big, expensive infrastructure projects or things which don't have sexy ends. You know, look at the problems America's having with implementing high-speed rail. But not just America, Britain, HS2. If you ask anyone generally about British railways, they will tell you, well, they're slightly better than they used to be. They're not that great, though. They're not that fast. And, the ones on Europe usually are better. And you go, right, well, the way to fix that is we need to start ripping up railway lines. And that's going to be a very long process. So what we first need to do is build a new line which will take the capacity while ripping up railway lines so we can rip them all up and get them all working. That sounds fairly sensible. Can't really argue that. Now we're going to build that railway for you back up. No, it can't be built here. It's got to be built somewhere. I've had people suggest it go flying over the M20 up the motorways, all sorts of different ideas they've had for it. It was an interesting idea to say we should shut down a motorway while constructing the railway, so we'd shut down a multi-lane motorway to build the railway flying over it all the way up. Admittedly, it's an option, but I can see it causing some issues and some complaints. And then that's before it comes to the idea of potentially having to expand the motorway. Or alternatively, every time you come to a point at which the motorway passes under a bridge. Or passes over on a bridge over something. Or alternatively, I seem to remember the route that someone was showing me actually had the railway going through Spaghetti Junction. If anyone wants to type that in, please look up Spaghetti Junction UK. It's not, I know, there are ones in America and China which are even bigger, but the one in the UK is big enough. Imagine trying to build a railway through it. Jack Wright, I would love to see you wind Drac up on politicians on YouTube live stream. I'd be laughing a lot. To be fair, usually Jamie just lets me and Drac go for that one. I'm 2 hour mark. Well, hey. And I'm 44 minutes behind. Grand Duke of Smeckle is fine. I think I'm just going to call you Grand Duke from now on because I'm just mucking up Mecklenburg's shrine. The Marines need a good APC, but I worry about the anti-tank guided missile countermeasures. In the end, the best ATGM guided countermeasures are digging your shit, digging it in, an armor. But you can do other things. Canaris, if we're talking about the South China Sea, I'm surprised the USN isn't doing more to build up the Philippine Sea. There's Philippines Navy. There's a maximum capacity of what you can do politically, strategically, and within the Philippines itself at the moment. Mm-hmm. Jack Ray, make your own luck. That's exactly what I've told people that I have to do. E.g., I notice I don't win chance like things. In life, I have to make my own luck. You do. And let's put it this way, if you don't win chance like things, then play them more often. You'll probably find you win some. And I say this as a person who keeps winning £3 or £4 on lottery every now and again, and I honestly have a policy that when I win £3 or anything less than £10 tends to just get reinvested into more tickets. Which is probably not sensible, but I just don't see the point in withdrawing the £10 and then spending a couple of pounds later on a ticket when I can just buy a few weeks' worth of tickets in one go. And before you ask again about playing lottery, I know the odds. I know how bad it is. But in the UK, I consider my national lottery sort of payments a form of charitable donation because they pay for the Olympic team and sporting and all those things, and it's quite nice. Plus, they do a lot of support for other causes as well. And I know they make a huge amount of profit and a huge amount of money off it, and you don't have to tell me all those things. I do know that. But it also a lot of good does it comes out of it, and I have the chance of winning a lot of money out of it, so I'll take it. I see it as little wins. Gasboat, like alternate sail ship, like a floating wind turbine farm of electric propulsion. Could be. John Luke, we have lots of talk of cyber battlespace these days. Will there ever get to a point where cyber weapons create a neutralizing effect, leading back to analog fighting systems? Potentially, but there's always the problem with cyber weapons that you get very keen on them, and you think they're the cure to anything. And honestly, the thing is, if I want to do a cyber attack in peacetime, that's a very capable system and a very capable thing for a deniable operation. If I do it in wartime, what are the odds that during wartime, well, let's be honest, military systems in peacetime already run on their own separate net, and they shut that down quickly enough if they need to. The main thing that you have to worry about is infrastructure, and you have to make sure that's secure, which is problematic. Ask Drac about the cybersecurity of traffic lights at some point when he's doing a live. Dr. Clark, I'm glad. Steph Thompson, Dr. Clark, I'm glad you structured it that way. I was lending leeway for your first couple of weeks, Snack. I know it's a full schedule, so it wouldn't want a bit drain against you, Doctor. I'll be okay. Besides, there is a reason I scheduled for the first week back. The videos which I'm doing cover the Monday and Tuesday because they go on to the 21st. The series I'm currently doing on and the week after that, the recorded ones are going to be the comment response videos. So I have made sure it's easy for myself to an extent. See Makowski. Yes, I did say. Did he really say like getting stuck in rigging? Yes, I have told the story, and yes, my students have got stuck in rigging. It's not a metaphor, Grand Duke. They really did get stuck in the rigging on HMS Warrior. That Freeman, Fort Point. The battlecruiser really was like the aircraft carrier, a useful capital unit, but without a place in a battle line. One replaced the other. Potentially. So, yeah, I am now 38 minutes behind. Dr. C, Frank Spanner, Dr. C, why was Mahan not British? Since it would seem more likely that someone from there would have come up with what he did for naval warfare. Well, that would be a guy called Lawton, who the Lawton Naval Unit is named for, and another gentleman called Corbett. And basically, Mahan is American because he was far better at presentation in terms of getting the public on side and getting the press attention, so he gets it first. But, Corbett's also there, and Clausewitz. So, yes, the Doctor had some students climb from rigging. I'm not telling that story again, it's embarrassing. Literally. You tell them all to get together on top of Warrior after you've been going around Warrior, and the guide has wandered off, and you come up after getting them out, and you find the other teachers, the other lecturers are all down one end, having a good chin wag, and you look up, and you've got about 8 students in the rigging. And you go, come down! And then you realise they're all hanging on with for dear life. And several of the other students are laughing. And you walk up and go, can you come down? No, they're all stuck. So you end up having to climb up the rigging and giving them an impromptu lesson in how to get down the rigging. Thankfully, all managed to be done before the guide came back along. I am possibly doing that trip again this year. Possibly. In January, I am taking a load of engineering students to Portsmouth Dockyard. Dan Freeman, you might get notified on that one because I might be required to have a medic along with me. In which case, I'll buy you lunch for coming with me. I'll just say that now on here. Grand Duke, the Clark should fight Drac in something like Ultimate Admiral Dreadnought. Could be fun. If we were both building our ultimate ships on Ultimate Dreadnought, it would be interesting to see what we built. How similar or dissimilar they were. I was asking, why in carrier construction it was armoured hangar or bigger fighter wing? It was due to treaty restrictions. Because they did. That's the larger ones which have the armoured hangar and house that many aircraft are called the Malta class and the Midway class. So it's literally Albert is treaties. It's not an either or, it's the limit in treaty. So if there's a ceiling in your tonnage, then it becomes an either or. If there's not a ceiling in tonnage, you can do both quite happily. Hello, Constant Transmus. Right, Anne. Grand Duke. In 1920s and 1950s, Federal Sea Lord just built cruisers like they did. I think the RN did good with that. Not looking at you, Dido. Yeah, they built cruisers, they built destroyers. Honestly, they started off aircraft as well. Representative, do your YouTube activities draw snickers, ridicule, criticism, derision from your fellow academics? Some like it. Some think it's rather cool. Others snicker. A small but numerically significant minority are the criticism derision group, who I tend to have arguments with anyway, honestly. You have to remember there is a fault line in academia that's been in academia for as long as the academia has existed. In between those who think academia, the purpose of it is to communicate with other academics and improve knowledge that way, and go in on the nuance, and those of us who think that the purpose of academia is to go and do the study and then share that with as wide a group of people as possible. And there's always been that fault line in academia, and it honestly, it doesn't really have. There are many who come into it and imagine that that falls along political lines. It doesn't. In fact, I would say there are people from both sides of the political, all across the political spectrum on both sides of that divide, for varying different reasons. They believe they are right. And it's an ongoing thing. And you can tend, especially with Twitter, you can work out which academics fall into which groups very quickly by who do they respond to. If they just talk with other academics, that tells you a lot. If they talk with everyone and answer everyone's questions, that also tells you a lot. And in the case of some of them, the reason for it is because they're honestly scared. Public presentations public talking like this is quite problematic. Especially taking questions like this. You know, I don't have a prepared script. I'm doing this entirely off knowledge, off what I've read and memories, and I could therefore make mistakes, and that can be quite scary for academia, which is often, especially for people who are from minority backgrounds, there is a lot of pressure on them being perfect in academia because they have to be these shining beacons, these examples that everyone has to look up to, and that just piles on more and more pressure. I get a lot of pressure because I'm dyslexic. I know that's not the same level of pressure, but you know, and the amount of times I'm introduced as, "Oh, this is Dr. Clark. He's our openly dyslexic academic." A, I don't like that phrase, openly dyslexic. And secondly, yeah. But the joy of being dyslexic, which is a joy which you don't get with the other thing, is I have spent my life occasionally making mistakes. I'm very used to holding my hands up saying, "Sorry, I'll do better next time." I am used to asking people when I'm not sure, because I know all these lovely words. But sometimes my handwriting lets me down, and sometimes my spelling lets me down, still to this day. And I'm 35 next year. And it still crops up, because it's a part of my form of dyslexia is a part of my brain doesn't work the same as people normally do. I'm a genetic dyslexic. That's fine. Makes me different. But I'm also don't like it when people go, "And therefore he's an example of dyslexics." I'm not. Sometimes I say that when people say, "I've been told I can't do this because of my dyslexia," I go, "Look at me." Basically, just add stubbornness. You're me. Will you be fine? But there is that problem. So I have to admit, with those academics, I tend to try and help them and build up their confidence and get them speaking publicly, because you want it. You want public engagement. Because if you actually engage in public, then you won't get the things like I've had on doorsteps and people turn around and go, "Oh, yeah, there's no point in academia," or, "Oh, you guys just sit in your ivory towers and do nothing. All you do is pontificate all day. You don't have any value." I'm like, that's the opposite of what we are. But the reason you are able to think like that is because we are so bad at telling people what we do and showing people what we do. Right. Now, Nathan, have you considered playing the game Rule the Waves 2? I it's on my list of things like Ultimate Dreadnought to get and start doing when I have some time. John Luke, current speculation, US-China war. With Chinese cultural quirk of preserving face, do you think it's more likely we see sideshow wars in Southeast Asia? Maybe Africa? US plus allies equals unacceptable loss of face if they think they'll lose. You're presuming the Chinese are preparing to fight a war like we would fight a war. And to the same ways we would. And under the same rules we would. They might not. Remember, your enemy has a vote. I can guarantee you, if China does end up in a war with America, it'll be in a time and form of their choosing. Peter Dawson. Attempting to spot shells by radar requires a radar to be on a higher frequency, smaller wavelength than the shell, otherwise it will just go through around it. Yes. Oskwelski. Hello, Oskwelski. What if ORP Piran around Bismarck? There could have been an interesting boarding action for tonight, because I'm fairly sure the 4 tribals with her would have decided to go and support their colleague in their acquisition process. That's annoying. Stafford just got a notification from Amazon about look. Popped to check it, and it was a delay of shipping notification, no date. I have no idea what's going on. I have sent an email to the publisher to find out. So here, somehow the Polish end up with the Scharnhorst, Bismarck, and Tirpitz after the fall of Norway. What happens? Probably the Polish retake Norway. Now, if they end up with Bismarck and Tirpitz, which haven't been completed yet by that point, Scharnhorst I could understand, but Bismarck and Tirpitz, then that's a bit of a change of history. Then, well, A, we don't lose Hood. B, the Italian Navy is going to be crying because the full weight of the British battle force is going to be down there, because the British will probably use the Polish the Polish battle squadron to secure the North Atlantic from any German surface raider which comes out, and the Italians will have to face Rodney, Nelson, the King George V's, Queen Elizabeth's, and the R's, and everything else the British can chuck at them. Which means the Italians might have a nasty accident at some point. Anuk, Anuk, 2.6 tons. That would put a dent in your hull without an explosive destination. Potentially. Grand Duke of Michael, how do you get the sticker? Super Patron? The stickers that are showing up next to people's names in the chat, those come with joining the channel in terms of YouTube. What I've set it up is there is some people didn't want to join Patreon because of the issues with Patreon and sometimes in funding, and I tend to use Patreon most of all, but I was very accepting that they didn't, because frankly it's not in my interest not to be, and it would be churlish for me not to be. So I set up the system to subscribe on YouTube, and for that you get emojis and stickers. And some people now do both. It's very kind of them. Dan Freeman, for example, does both. He's a highest tier patron, and I think, and he does this as well. And I just sort of, the one thing I will say, coming from World of Academia, is I'm not used to the level of support you receive on YouTube. It's really not what we're brought up to. We are, we are used to having to fight every set stretch of the way to get any support or anything, and it's always given begrudgingly. And the one thing I'd say with YouTube is you're all quite so nice. Yes, there are a few trolls who post annoying comments. But honestly, they're not that big a trouble. It's quite funny. Sometimes they probably think they're being devastating, and I'm going, yeah, you never had to deal with Professor when he decided to be in a really bad mood. Frankly, compared to him, you are a mere amateur at being cruel to people. John Luke, can you tally up the likely sizes of numbers in a cut opposing fleets? Please, roughly, of course, and deployable effectiveness in a US allies and China allies war. We actually did that in the last episode of Bilge Pumps when we had Trent and Sal on, and pretty much went through that. The likelihood is it's not the full American fleet, and that's the thing. The Chinese will be facing a portion of the American fleet, probably not the full American fleet. And that's where things become interesting. Grand Duke, the Poles would hurt themselves with Sharnos. I imagine them taking the Sharnos up against Tirpitz or something. I imagine them ramming Tirpitz with Scharnhorst or something. Gordon Collins, did you ever get your computer sorted? I have. Well, I got the new component for it and fitted it, and it managed to work long enough for me to get stuff off the hard drive on the PC and get that sorted out, and then the motherboard died. So I've now got to get a new motherboard and build it all up again. But it is, and my laptop also died at one point, but I've got, thanks to Drac bought me a new laptop because he's very, very kind. And so I've been using that, and I've got the old laptop fixed. So the old laptop's now my backup computer. And I have the, I'm fixing the tower. So that'll be sorted and running soon. Seneca, why are naval and army small arms different in many countries? Because there are people who are idiots in charge of logistics, and because they like to have fights. And in some cases, like the US, they just order so much, so they can afford to buy them in quantity anyway. But it's really not sensible. The other option is that sometimes the army buy a gun which is just not good to be around saltwater at all in any stretch of the imagination, and so the Navy's forced to buy another gun. And this is the remainder Iron Bro. Now I have got another bottle I could open, but I don't want to be out too late. And 2 bottles of Iron Brew would probably see me going to 2 a.m. in the morning. Grand Duke, torpedo carrier. Did I hear that right? Yes, that was Admiral BT, first Sea Lord at the time. It was a grand idea for HMS Eagle. Was to turn it into a torpedo carrier. We won't go there. That's just weird. He is BT. Okay, he's BT. There are some things which you just don't want to go into history, and one of them is Admiral Beatty and his occasional flights of ideas. He's bad enough when he doesn't have an idea. He's absolutely terrible when he does have one. Grand Duke, our end version of Somal will be 3 tribals covering a few escort carriers with the entire Kriegsmarine coming somewhere in the North Sea. The trouble is, the odds are by that point happening, the 3 tribals would be Ashanti, Eskimo, and probably Tartar, because Nubian would tend to end up in the Mediterranean. In which case, my money would be on the tribals. Because, let's be honest, Asante has the blessings. Eskimo considers her bow expendable. And Tartar was not nicknamed Lucky Tartar for no reason. Constraints. How long will it take to reactivate another Hazard Perry class vessel? A year. If you've got any to reactivate, any in a position which you can reactivate. All the decent ones were sold. I see much. In the US, the nuke lobby is trying to gain popularity again, but they won't want mentioned they want us to pay for decommissioning dozens of old nuclear power plants, $30 billion each. The trouble is, the nuke power is really the only power level in town at the moment if you want to sustain the global economy at its current rates. The others all have the potential if you're prepared to invest a lot of money and wait a couple of decades. Nuclear power is about the closest you've got to something able to go now and cover those couple of decades. It's going to be a case of pay now and pay later, and I'm sorry, that's the only way you're going to get it. You don't get anything for free in this world. And politicians keep punting it down the road and hoping another set of politicians are going to have to pay for it isn't going to help anything. And eventually, here's that. I always remember a speech from when I was younger, and then it was parroted in something called Alpha House, where John Biggs, who is a real character, and the guy who plays him is one of my favourite actors, says conservatism used to be something about conserving stuff, and you built infrastructure because that's how you conserve stuff. How you built the economy. You built these things because that was the way you actually got things to work. And now we have a right wing who spend most of their time talking about small government, low taxes, and therefore not wanting to invest in things because they want to find a way to make the private sector pay for it. And of course, they're happy to pay for it as long as they can make a big profit out of it, which is sensible because that's the private sector. That's nothing wrong with that. That's capitalism. That's fine. But the thing is, if you're going to use public money to then make a huge profit, that's not good for the public purse. That's not good value for money for the public purse. And then you have the left wing who spend their entire time fighting over the environmental impact assessment, which, of course, there's going to be impact. And yes, of course, you actually have to do. And then they're fighting over which is the best way of doing things. And you say, no. And either way, you don't get anything actually done. You get a lot of hot air. You don't get anything actually done. Sorry, my claim to fame as a local councillor was I was the Conservative councillor who spent half his time arguing for social housing. And people looking at me as if I was insane and going, why are you doing this? And I'm going, nicest way, we have a hospital in our borough. We have schools. We have policemen. We have average house prices in our area which I can't afford because your average disposable income required to get a mortgage in the borough where I live is roughly 45 grand a year or $90,000. Which, believe it or not, most policemen, most in the UK, most school teachers, most medical staff are not paid. So if you want them to be able to afford to live in the borough, you need to provide some sort of supported housing for them. You either need to provide housing blocks that are low cost for key workers or all those things. Again, I know this is off the history topic, but it's just sensible. It's a sensible solution. I need these people because I need to sustain these key services. I can either pay them a wage which is unsustainable for me to be able to afford because I don't have the tax base, or I can do a capital investment and have suitable properties available, which is a one-off expense which I can get a loan from the government and pay off using my using the tax base income, and then provide them with supported accommodation, which has the added bonus of making the jobs working in my borough and services more attractive to them because they get accommodation. It seems like a win-win, no-brainer solution, but no, apparently it was beyond people. And it's sensible. I need services. I need healthcare. Because if I don't have healthcare, then I'm going to have very shortly, I'm not going to have a functioning or a viable workforce. In which case, none of the companies in my area will be actually able to pay taxes or actually able to make a profit. Because they won't be able to get any work done. Or their people won't want to work here because their kids won't be able to go to school. Or they won't have any police, which they won't like either. Or roads, It's not a left-wing or a right-wing issue. It is just a straightforward common sense one. Sorry, again, ranting. That's the trouble when I do these general question ones rather than doing a book-guided one. I can do rant more often. Tillmans, what if the USN after the Great War would be allowed to go one-on-one with the Royal Navy in terms of ship count? How difficult would World War II be? Well, they were allowed by the treaty system to go one-to-one with the Royal Navy versus ships. Broadly speaking, it was the US Senate which stopped them being able to. So, honestly, World War II wouldn't have been that different. Gordon Connors, let's be honest, if you were in the US, you'd be called a communist. Probably. But there again, the Democrats wouldn't like me because I'm very much in favor of defense funding, and there are a few other issues which would make me which Democrats would not like me on. I actually, as I said, my point about nuclear power. Grand Duke, if you were in America, both parties would hate you. Yes, as I just admitted. Cosmos, you should teach in the US. I have no qualms about teaching in the US. I like visiting there. Every time a university has ever offered me to go out there and visiting lecturer has ever talked to me, I've always been happy to do it if they want me to. I've mostly done it online, but you never know. Too much. Anyone to the left of Genghis Khan gets called socialist these days. I know. It's a badge of honor. And did you enjoy the black and white movie of The Cruel Sea? Was it a reasonable representation of anti-sub warfare or just fantasy? Actually, The Cruel Sea is based on a very good book, and both are a fairly reasonable representation of sub warfare. It's within the limits of it being a movie. It's a reasonable representation. It's not perfect, but it's actually fairly accurate and actually fairly decent. And you have to remember, at the times they made, they had access to a lot of people who'd actually been in those roles in making the movie, and that's one of the interesting things. There are a lot of actors involved in the movie people who are extras who actually had just been service personnel, and they just recruited them for that video for the making the movie. That's gone. Musical badges. The government will also still be responsible for oversight and maintenance of standards at the school. Operating gets really messy really fast. Yes. Centrists do not never get fun. Hello, Carl, Grand Duke. Carmen, hello, just finished covering a work shift and doing a scout meeting. Ooh, fun times. I would agree, Constantine. So much. Rewatched Greyhound in high definition rating. It was superb. It needs the 4K resolution. I realised it was supposed to be an RNDD, but got over it. It's still very good. I'm glad. John Luke. On comparisons of shipbuilding numbers between the West and China, would you agree that China is already building at war capacity? The West isn't. In war, would that change? Who builds more, West or China? China has certainly ramped up to a higher level, but the West are using only a fraction of their yards and definitely a fraction of their space. But they would have to take a lot of time. So honestly, China would probably be winning in any short-term war in terms of the construction rates. But if the war goes on longer, it's kind of like Japan versus America all over again, in that China has limited access to resources in some respects, even with the Belt and Road Initiative and various other things. That will present a cap on their construction capabilities that a fully mobilized West will have a higher ceiling of. If it's a fully mobilized West, a higher ceiling. Mike Mines, how probable are the reports that Hood got off a torpedo at Denmark Strait, and what is the likelihood that it was ordered, or was it an independent act from the crew in the flat? Potentially they did, and it would be more likely ordered than anything. They'd be say, fire torpedoes as you bear, and if the crew thought they could do it, they would fire it. Carl Harmon, context, extracurricular knowledge, that's heresy. There's felt to be sometimes. Frank Sparta. And let's put that in, because I'm 40 minutes behind. 03:21:30. What are some great examples of wartime damage control? 2 hours and 40 minutes. I would say, well, I've got to go with HMS Eskimo, for starters, because she comes back so many times without a bow. HMS Nubian, which comes back without much of a stern at one point. Illustrious, floating around the world as beaten up as she was to get repaired in America. There are a few there. Jennifer, talking about, I was just the government in this country is basically the same size as it was when I left school. 2 houses and relatively constant number of members. Yeah, it tends to be the bureaucracy that people talk about, the civil service. And that's pretty much actually about roughly the same size. Tom Gonning, personally, I have the view that the British that in Britain, the history of the 17th century should be taught considerably more in depth, its consequences and beliefs laid out, mapped onto the present day where possible. You can practically tell which side someone in Britain would have been on today, but unless the person has studied their history, no one would know. Grand Duke. Yes, European levels of taxes. Probably only British levels of taxes would actually be necessary for that one, but you know. I'm just trying to work out. Where I was. What appears to expand is our civil service, which for most part is not really civil and fails to serve. Not very good at change for better. Actually, I would say our civil service hasn't really expanded. In fact, quite a lot of it's been reduced in numbers. I would say it gets a lot of the blame. But I know a lot of civil servants who work very, very hard and do a lot of very tough jobs. I would say the only section of the civil service which really has expanded is the NHS, the health department civil service, and to an extent the education civil service, to an extent in certain areas. The Ministry of Defence civil service is definitely far lower than it used to be, and that's going to cause problems. That's probably half the reason that we've had the issues with Ajax we have, because we got rid of a lot of the procurement specialists. Because first of all, what happened with the Ministry of Defence civil service is, first of all, they got rid of the armed forces service members, experts in procurement, because we had the civil service members who were experts in procurement. And then we generalised the civil service and got rid of the procurement experts in the civil service. And now we didn't have any procurement experts. And defence procurement is different from normal procurement. mainly because of the standards you're requiring. You need far higher engineering detail knowledge. See, there's a freeway in Virginia where they built the rapid transit around the mill without closing the roadway down. That's probably the one in Virginia, and that's probably big enough you could do that. The British motorways aren't necessarily as big as the American freeways. Most of our motorways are... How do I put this? Well, some of them are three-lane highways. A few of them are two-lane highways. And I was on one not that long ago, which, thanks to roadworks, was down to one lane either way. Always fun. John Mitchell, there's already a rail line through Spaghetti Junction. Yes, but this will be another one going through it. John, major war leading to serious loss on both sides. How would fleets regenerate and structure themselves post-war? What divergences away from this current battle fleet balance? What's likely in the new direction? It depends what happens in the war. If they find that uncrewed ships are incredibly viable, they'd probably do a load of uncrewed ships. However, if, let's say, cyber warfare undermines and erodes uncrewed ships completely, then you would probably be looking at minimally crewed ships and large numbers of those. Hello, Bisham. Contrast, lottery odds. You mean odds of getting a tenure track position in the academy? Oh, yeah. There's some days when I wonder if when I'm looking at some of those job applications, I do wonder why I'm doing them. Grand Duke, China would dump more into corvettes, I bet, despite trying to move towards a more proper blue water navy right now. Their corvettes are fairly blue water, Grand Duke. No, don't think that. Just because they're called corvettes, don't think they're not blue water. Mike Good. If the Audacious class had been kept in service with Ark Royal's 1979 layout, how do you think they would have fared in the Falklands War? Fairly well, because they'd have brought airborne early warning. And Phantoms. In the nicest way, with AEW and Phantoms, even Gannet AEW and Phantoms, the likelihood of a Argentinian air attack getting anywhere near the Falkland Islands would be very, very much lower. Remember, it's airborne early warning. That's the big asset. So in Windish, we're not allowed, unfortunately. Dope Squad. In the late 2008, I think the US government asked the electrical grid companies what their cybersecurity systems they had in place were. More than one responded along the lines of, "We looked at it, but it's complicated and expensive, and hasn't been a problem yet, so we didn't do anything." That doesn't surprise me. Next one. How do you spell the names of British Mahans? Lawton, as Greg Sarsi just written, Laughtn, and Corbett, Corbett. Tian Wong, can I bump into you while you're there? People are more than welcome to bump into me, and they're more than welcome to tack on at the back of the car of the students if I take them all. As long as you don't mind me having 60 students wandering around with me, you can wander on. Usually we take down about 120 to 200, and what happens is we arrange for a local lecturer to give a presentation on the civil engineering, the yard, and they have 60 students at one time, and one of the lecturers takes off 60 to go round the modern building at Gunwharf Quays area, and I take 60 round the historic dockyard, and then we swap over. So my 60 go to the lecture, I get the Gunwharf Keys group, the lecture group go to Gunwharf Keys, and round and around I go again. And then it's round again. So I do the dockyard 3 times in one day. Thanks, Wonder. Also, who won the ocean liner race between the UK and Germany? The UK would claim it was us. Dan Freeman, I work for food. I'm glad you do. That's about all I'm allowed to pay. Vision, I call the MOD police at the dockyard and let them know you're coming. I always have to tell them I'm coming anyway. We tell the dockyard. We negotiate a special rate. We do a lot of things. How's the Iron Brew supply? I'm being good and not drinking too much. Garmin, no one envies you or that Dan Freeman. I usually am good. I usually have 7 to 8 lecturers with me who are not that helpful, really, because most of them get distracted by the history going on and going off on themselves. And usually we bring about double that number of master students. And we bring the master students as team leaders, and so they get the trip paid for the day and enjoy themselves. And they're usually slightly more helpful because I tend to recruit them and basically go to the master students who I know and who I'm helping their dissertation to go, so, you know you want me to read through your dissertation and help you make sure you've got it all right and ready before you submit it? Yes. So, we're doing a field trip and I need team leaders to sign up to come down to Portsmouth for a day. And I was busy. We're doing a field trip. I'm going to sign up. Thank you. They get their lunch bought for them and they don't have to pay for the day. So, it's not that bad. And we tend to try and give them other bonus points as well for going. So there are good reasons for them. It's only mild tweaking of the arms. Dan Freeman, refull line academia. I quite like the idea of the unseen university where all of them agree that large meals and avoiding students is the way forward. To be fair, that wouldn't surprise me. The university's agreeing that. Westwood, how do you feel activists spring up for your streams? Well, one of them's taken to wearing a Blackburn t-shirt. Mainly to wind up the other ones who are really find it quite upsetting. Hello, Paul from Chicago. Public talking like this is insane. Particularly never mention the US Civil War. You'll never be right. Yeah, that's fine. As said, dyslexic. I'm used to not being right. And our operator was like, Dion, don't worry. We should, Shramac, we should set up a regular community game of Carrier Command 2. I do keep considering setting up some games with Discord. I was considering trying to set up an online Total War for Total War Empires and see if we could start that as a gaming thing, because that's always quite fun. Dan Truman, did the enemy have a vote even if they aren't a democracy? That's the interesting thing. War always seems to be a bit of a democracy. Mainly because most of it comes down to luck. Rapparosa, I've noticed a lot of wars that are started by countries that need to be finished quickly because they can't win wars of attrition. Germany and Japan being serial offenders. Any thoughts on why? Because some countries see war as the only solution to their problems, but they don't, because those problems usually preclude them actually having the capability to fight a long-term war. Right, Cadron, I can just imagine the tribals turning up in Bristol, saying Bismarck followed them home and asking if they could keep her. They would probably have taken her into, let's be honest, Bristol wouldn't be enough space for them, so they'd probably take her into Liverpool, Western Approaches Command, maybe even Pembroke Dock to make Carl Harmon really happy. And, yeah, asking if they can keep her. What would be the general reaction of an RN task force if I Q-snapped my Dream RCN concept task force in with them while en route to an exercise? They'd be very, very happy. And Frank, I think I'm an admin there. And look, the academics who only talk to other academics frequently don't speak in plain language but in jargon meant to obfuscate. Yes, that is where they find Wikipedia really annoying because it tends to explain the jargon. China will not end themselves up in a shooting war. Given the caliber of American leadership versus Chinese leadership, China will practically run rings around Americans and allies. I think the trouble with that, Tien Wong, is that they could get overconfident. And in the nicest way, there are sometimes problems when you're dealing with people who react first and think second. In that you might be in trouble. That you might think you have them pegged out and worked out what they're going to do, but you don't know who else is in that meeting and what kind of consonant and what they've had for dinner. And that can all have an impact, unfortunately. Oswald, thanks for answering my question. I would invite you to drink vodka in the Polish Slavic style if you live near her. Well, I'm more than happy to drink iron brew while you're drinking vodka. As I've said before, because my dad wasn't the best with alcohol. Let's put it that way. And I didn't see him from roughly the age of 14 for about 10 years because I checked him out the house pretty much. Because I came home and I found him hitting my mother and sister, and he was drunk. And unfortunately, I was a big 14-year-old, and I was a tough 14-year-old. And I slammed him up against a wall and basically explained to him, and this is going to make YouTube unhappy, that I would hurt him severely. I might have mentioned the skeleton and gone through every single part that could be broken if he did it again. And at that point, he decided to leave the house. And 10 years later, he came back and apologized. And, well, my mum and dad had divorced in that time. And but we were better by the end. And in the, he was helping me with my PhD research and international archives with me and doing all sorts of things with me for many years before he went after that. So, yeah. He's been gone about 4 or 5 years now, so we had about 6 years back in each other's lives. And he was a lot better then, but he stopped drinking. But because of that, I don't drink alcohol. I never have. I don't. It's just my rule. I don't care about other people drinking. It's not for them, but for me. My rule is for me. I don't drink. I imbibe iron brew, not alcohol. Because I just don't want to run the risk. It's enhanced cowardice. I don't want to run the risk I might be like that, so I just don't. I don't want to run the risk of hurting those I love. The book should be coming out. It's being printed as we speak. I've been actually sent a picture of them actually printing and it coming off the printing line. So, yeah. I have no idea about the book. Hello, Miller 6040. Seneca, if a destroyer crew captured a battleship, who will command it? Destroyer's captain or a new commander? You'd have to get it off of the. You'd have to get it off the captain's cold dead fingers. Let's be honest. In the nicest way, if the destroyers involved in that captain, it would be Captain Philip Vian would be the senior officer on the scene. you would have to prize that battleship away from Vian. Good luck. Oh, he was made an admiral not too long later. Guess what ship would suddenly be his flagship? I have disposable income and I'm aware that medic doctors get paid better than academic doctors. I spent long enough as a poor student to enjoy being able to help people. Thank you. Take care, Paul. On Trolls, what's up the links in your comment section seconds after the upload? I have no idea, but I think both me and Drac have similar fun with people who are trying to advertise porn sites through our YouTube. Through our comment section. They just come up, and if I am not watching on my phone and not there to check, they will be there immediately, and I then have to go and report them. CM tends to mean cruiser miner, like at the deal class, as Frank Sparta just said. Diamond, the fighting for funds is the same for museums and trustees. We feel for you. Considering the amount of times Vietnam and China have gone to war and Vietnam's beaten the Chinese, I'm not sure, Steve Winish. I would include that as a win for China. Hello, Manila 1640. Tillmans, one thing we'll give to Beatty. He is nothing if not brave. He certainly is an aggressive leader. Yes, we'll give him that. And because I want to be nice to you, what is the least injury to incapacity removed from the further surface that could happen to Beatty and Cork and Ornery to prevent issues? Something which means they can't walk around the ship. I'm not talking full loss of limbs, but something which makes walking around a ship very difficult, so they have to retire ashore. Frank Spanner, Dr. C, could a tribal by itself successfully hunt down the SMS Emden, even though from different wars? Yes. In fact, a tribal from World War II could probably take out the Emden. The rate of fire and the various systems they have. I know they're typically tank rounds, but I wonder if they ever used high explosive or square crush head rounds on ships. I think they've done some testing with that, but I'm not sure if they've actually converted to it. Canaris, re-torpedo carrier. It's a bit like a modern DD without a proper gun. Yeah. There's one small problem with that. I am a great supporter of solar power. I consider it very good. Where is the global energy grid which allows you to take advantage of where most of solar power is generated? And more importantly, to keep solar power coming in 24 hours a day, because the peak demands for energy are not when it's light, when it's dark. And so you also need a battery system, which you need to start building in. And batteries, as Tesla will say, because they make money doing this, are not cheap. And again, you need certain conditions to support proper solar farms. And this is coming in the UK, which does have a lot of solar and has a lot of wind and has had a lot of hydro. And we're still building nuclear power plants because You need the mixture. Geothermal. If you can get geothermal going, that's great in your country. But again, there's only certain places in the world that can do it. Come, the poles are going to try to destroy. What happens? No one be that foolish. That would be very, very worrying. Hmm. So, remember, is it? What would a Monday war emergency build look like? I think I answered this earlier. I talked about the Expo. Expo. The supply ships will probably be modified and designed, because that's probably the best basic design, and probably the uncrewed vessels, which the Americans are currently experimenting with. Right, anyone who says you should debate Voosh? Who's Voosh? Don't. He debates people only for attention. I have no idea who Voosh is. Um, 3 hours, 16 minutes, Frank Sparto. I'm only 30 minutes behind now. Ouch. Vision, love your housing areas. San Jose tried to use school land to build housing for teachers, and the NIMBY public voted it down. I don't think I'll ever leave my parents' house. I'm a university lecturer, contract lecturer, I must admit. And I was saving up to try and basically move into some form of accommodation. Essentially, when I get a tenured post. COVID has meant I've had to use a lot of my reserves for other things, including. So that's probably now about another year to 18 months at least away. And that's if I get a tenured post soon. And I hope I get a tenured post soon, because honestly, I need the pay rise. Because a tenured post, even a starting tenured post, would probably earn 2.5 to 3 times my current salary. And that'd be useful. For probably less hours, honestly. Depending on what I do. Vasalis Viglis. Hello, Vasalis. On a different note, how difficult do we convert a supertanker to a carrier? Very, very difficult. Mainly because the speed of a supertanker of a carrier needed versus a supertanker. However, supertanker does have space. If you wanted to convert it to a helicopter carrier or F-35B style carrier, then you could probably do it quite easily. But if you were looking at something, well, F-35B style carrier, you could take off Vistal aircraft, and she's got long enough for a run deck, flight deck. But yeah, actually getting something fast enough would be pretty difficult. Crowbert and the 79. Doesn't the budget for the forces in the USA go up by both parties? Pretty much. Vision, Democrats would love you. You could room with the Senator Merchant from West Virginia and his DC houseboat. Wartime presidents have been Democrats. Yes, and Lincoln liked trains like Biden. Right, and let's roll back to where I was. the point is the West. The point I was making about the construction variations in China versus the West, if the West went on the full war footing, is that it's not so much the hulls which are your problem. It's the materials and minerals you need for things that go in your computer systems and your missiles and those sort of things. It's not the actual hulls. Hull numbers, they probably end up being about equal. It's the control stuff. But the trouble for the West is that the vast majority of our IT infrastructure depends upon Taiwan. Should tell you how important Taiwan is to the global economy. Bengaron, why do modern navies not lean into biplanes for airborne early warning maritime patrol? Long loiter time and slow stall speeds seem perfect for carrier work. Is it just optics are looking odd? Partially, but also it's about speed of movement because a biplane has a lot more drag and a lot has therefore limits itself on speed quite a lot. One of the interesting things I haven't seen is, and I've thought about, is to an extent an X-wing style idea where it you have it can become one wing or two wings, and sort of instead do that. But we'll see. They decide that's just too complicated and too heavy, probably. Simanakots. Thanks, Doctor. Take care. Historians and people that write history books. Important distinction. There are some people who write history books better than the historians do. There are some people who don't. And there are some historians who write better books. And some historians who don't. Me and Drac would probably be okay, Stafford Thompson, because we live not far from the N25, which is the closest that Britain has to anywhere in the way of expanding of that size of road. But yeah, we probably if we came to Canada, we would probably be looking for some support and assistance. We might hire a bigger vehicle so we can all get around with all our stuff without causing any trouble. But yeah, we probably want some. Although there is part of me which is tempted if I came to the United States to hire Canada and did the thing in Canada, etc., and the US, I'm tempted to hire a motorhome and do it in that way because you can hire some master ones in America, and that way I don't have to worry about hotels and all those things. And I also had this idea of parking the motorhome within view sight of, I don't know, any of the battleships or Haida, and just waking up in the morning, rolling out and having my morning drink, looking out over a beautiful ship. Or alternatively, finding a hotel which can do that and just doing it all by traditional ways. Dr. C, Frank Spanner, Dr. C, you said that China is mercantilist, not communist. What is that? Mercantilism is actually what predates capitalism as a major economic system. And under mercantilism, you have the expansion of empires because mercantilist is based around what we would call mercantile control, i.e., your economy is dependent upon how much of the world's resources you control. Whereas capitalism is dependent upon the movement of capital, i.e., funding and the investment of funding and the rewards from funding from that, and the growth of capital and the growth of the basically theoretically unlimited growth of money and finance. Mercantilism is based upon control, means of production and the actual outputs. It's a different form of economics. And it's an idea I've been, in many ways, working around for a while. And others have been working on it, have done far more work than I have. And the more I've looked into it, the more I've been, to an extent, led down that route. That is sort of the more I've looked at it, the more it struck me that the Chinese economy isn't trying to be capitalist. They aren't communist, their economy. They're mercantilist. And they're mercantilist in their worldview. It seems to fit more with what they do. If you look at their actions of what they've done rather than what they say. And again, this is the thing of this is the point I try to make people is we, especially sometimes in the modern world, sometimes we think in terms of a right or wrong way, of yes or no, of binary solutions. Of this is the way we do it, so it must be the right way. Anyone who does different might be the wrong way. But actually, for the Chinese economy and what they've done there, actually, perhaps the mercantilist view and the mercantilist economic model is actually the better route for them to be going. And it also explains some of their investments and how they run things. French pilots also. So both war and luck are what you make of them. Largely. Largely indeed. Let's see, how long is this going to be? Who knows? Still going for a moment. Nighttime productions. Probably, my questions. Probably my questions. Why did Ajax say Ajax sales to either Chile or India fall through? I've read the wiki on it, and large part of me is disbelief that Churchill subsidized the sale for the reason listed. There's all sorts of weirdness around that, but honestly, Ajax probably also the best thing sort of to buy. Do you eat food cooked without alcohol, Tillmans? E.g. coq au vin? Not usually. Mostly because actually I don't particularly like them. But sometimes I do, and I don't mind. I have beef Wellington and red wine sauce occasionally, and that's quite nice. But my thinking is the sheer amount of alcohol left after they cooked it, etc., is negligible. Agreed, Bitron. Frank's one, has anyone ever captured what will become their own flagship? Well, I forget now the name, but the Dutch captured the English flagship and considered using it as a flagship, and then decided that it was too big for them to keep. Nighttime Productions. Also, on one of the last streams, you mentioned a topographic map of Malaya featuring defense positions. Is the post on your Twitter, or do you remember where I need to look to find it? I think I did retweet it on my Twitter. And it was it's at the actual map you can go and find in the Churchill War Rooms in London. Senator Canaris, my grandfather was an alcoholic and now has been living in a senior living centre, only being able to lift one arm and saying yes and no, all caused by too much beer. My dad's problem was whiskey and rum. Trent hi Dr. Lark, have you gone to the 8-inch 850 Mark 71 question yet? Yes, I have, Trent. And hi, hope you well. I'm going to highlight you, though, so I can use you as a catch point while I scroll along. Tianong, I would give the 1979 to 89 Sino-Vietnam War to China. The initial Chinese attack, debatable. However, the longer drawn-out conflict is a win for China. The amount they lost versus what they gained, considering the size of Vietnam and the size of China, let's put it this way. Maybe you can say the Chinese win, but they get a very bloody nose doing it. Franks Asada, how many tribals to beat Graf Spey's entire fleet? If Vian had a flotilla of tribal class destroyers, and I'm talking 1940 sort of tribal destroyers, 41 flotilla of them, 8 of them, that would probably have seen off the Spey's entire fleet, because let's put it this way, they have torpedoes, high speed, and maneuverability, armor-piercing rounds on their guns, rate of fire, probably can match them range, and probably actually exceed their range, considering their range finders and directing units. So they can probably do all that. Yeah, there isn't going to be much left of von Spey's fleet. Man 640. Tesla make money doing what? I thought they operated a loss. Tesla operates at a loss because they reinvest everything and more in developing technology. But they do make money doing things, some of the things they do as well. And that's the money they use for the reinvestment. Sonic Nero, the best battery is a bunch of dams in Norwegian fjords. Bichon, I bet both China and Vietnam claim they won their little war. To be honest, possibly, but I tend to lead on the Vietnamese because they're much smaller, and China should have quashed them. A nation's new government de facto takes on the agreements act of the previous regime unless they effectively specifically withdrawn from them. Yeah. Jump. Main issue in energy is storage problems. Solar and wind can produce a lot, but often not when it's needed. As Tillmans points out, Mao Zedong made an explicit point to withdraw from any and all agreements signed prior to his inauguration, October 1st, 1949, which is interesting. Sonic Nero, will you continue YouTube when you get a 10-year post? Yes. I might have to adjust. If I get a new lecturing post, I might have to change some of the times I do, but we'll deal with that when I come to it. But I have no plans to drop YouTube because I like it. And I like talking to people. And I see it as something which can grow over the years and could be something fun to keep going. And I enjoy it. It's going to sound strange. In a way, I feel like I'm, to an extent, crowdsource funding research. Which is going to sound strange, but let me explain it. One of the problems with academia, especially with history, etc., is getting funding for research. And you often are talking about doing big projects which have to be flashy or in vogue right now, then changing them. And the thing is, I don't mind writing funding applications for those projects, and I don't mind doing those projects, but they're not always the projects I want to do. Whereas in terms of YouTube, I am roughly, this takes up time-wise probably a week, the equivalent of 20 hours of my week in terms of preparation and actually recording the videos and doing the videos. 24 hours a week, which is some of my hobby time and some of my work time, I would say. And that seems to me a fair thing for an income coming in which supports my history in terms of the very kind donations you will give and the Patreon and all those things. And that means I don't have to be beholden to funders in terms of large-scale funders in terms of producing, going and doing my research. I have the money to go and do my research work and archive. And if I've got a tenured post, that's even better, because then I have that income, and combined with this income, that basically means I'm covered. And I'd probably still keep doing the Justin Craig work as well, because that also provides some useful income. That was that one. So, yeah. Really need for computers to run any War Majesty program ships. Should we worry when everyone's ruggedish laptops get conscripted? Probably. Hmm. Ben Grogan. Question is about modern RN. Which do you think would be more useful to it? 4DD for carry availability, or how many OPV we can get for the same cost of presence? More useful to us. You need both. It's not an either or scenario. You need both. Admittedly, though, with about 3 DDs extra, I could probably, that be, to build more free Type 45s, because let's say I'm just churning out Type 45s because of that cost, that would probably at the moment cost me $1.5 billion. For $1.5 billion, so for the cost of the fourth one, which would be an extra 500 million, I could probably churn out another 5 OPVs. So that'd be probably what I'd do. Come on, maybe convoy of motorhomes for all us subs and you guys. Oh, good lord! Don't. If Dratgatchy got involved out there, yeah, that would be actually probably a thing that we could. Frank's Wonder, does the UK have any fantastic scenery like the Grand Canyon? Yes, it does. It does. There are some absolutely beautiful scenery in the UK. There are some valleys in Wales between the mountains which will make your heart sing. There are some views over the moors which are frankly breathtaking. The coast of Cornwall is particularly lovely. Some of the mountain stuff in Scotland is just gorgeous. I have a particular fondness for the Cheddar Gorge, which is not as big as the Grand Canyon, but it's certainly cool. And the thing is, the British also have roads which are just beautiful. Today, I turned off the motorway because I was getting fed up with it. And within about 3 minutes, I was driving down winding country lanes at speed, no other cars, not stupid speeds, but possibly a little bit faster than supposed to. And it was just heaven. Considering this, I prefer Schmoller's definition of mercantilism, but I'm a heretic. What is your policy on homework? Well, I'm a university lecturer, so I tend to set something called coursework, which they get a list of essay questions at the beginning of the semester, and they have to submit one essay question by 1 point, one essay question by another point, and one essay question by another point. Two highest grades go through to provide 50 get average to provide 50% of their grade from the course, and then they have a 3-hour exam which they have to write another 2 essays in, and usually that's about it. And basically the essays for the coursework are all set on the topics which are taught in the first half of the course, and the essays for the exam questions is set on the second half of the tour course. What can I say? I'm a traditionalist. Plus, there's usually a portion of the mark is also for presentations, and people can give presentations on one of their essay topics or another topic completely if they fancy. And that's done in the seminars, though. Come, is Milford Haven Pembroke Dock waterway big enough to take Besmart? Probably. It might not be that easy, but they can do. Tianwong, I have to research mercantilism. I've never heard of that term before. Yeah, you have to be a historian because you suddenly start going, hang on, we haven't always had capitalism. There were other economic models before it. One which preceded capitalism is called mercantilism. Hydrogen needs to be made by electricity. Hydrogen needs to be made by electricity. Good way to utilize off-peak wind hydro energy at night. US railroads plan to go from diesel to hydrogen battery locomotives. That'd be fun to see. Ooh. Timon, I don't believe you understand what the sign of Vietnamese War of 1979 to 1989 was about. I have so far read about a dozen books on the topic, and I can honestly say I'm not sure anyone really understands what it was about. Everyone has a theory of what it was supposed to be about and what it was really about. And so far, I think all the ones I've read are confused, and some of them are written by some people who are fairly knowledgeable on these things, including one which was written by a Chinese professor from University of Hong Kong, from one of Hong Kong's universities. I was asking, in general, supporting your own production and exporting while creating barriers, taxes, and tolls for foreign import. Great idea for as long as other countries don't do the same and then you're mucked up. Yes, and controlling empires and building up an empire to make sure you have access to resources and denying them to the other people as well. Thomas Edfer, hello. Dr. C, a question. Is any in World War II used warship, even if sunk, that in their best pre-sunk condition useful for any navy today? Honestly, you could still use pretty much all the sloops for patrol and president's missions. well, when I'm talking about presence, I'm talking fishery protection, those duties. I would honestly, strange enough, the aircraft carriers, some of the armored aircraft carriers, and I'm talking the later ones, could probably be viable because they might still be able to take the weight of aircraft, but it would be touch and go if they could. They need a lot of work on them to make them viable, but the hull could probably do it. But it wouldn't be easy. And I would argue, I'm fairly sure that Tien Wong, I would say that the Sino-Vietnamese War was about China trying to show the Vietnamese who was boss and who they had to basically follow the instructions of. Not so much crushing them as reminding them who was in charge. And it didn't work. Thank you, Vision. They probably would be good at something crazy side. If Germany found a Yamato in Hamburg and Japan a Bismarck, a bit sarcastic, sorry. Some super production may be okay. Yeah, pretty much the same sort of thing as understood. Don't think anyone wants a battleship. I don't think they'd be that helpful. So anyway, what are you doing for Justin Craig? Justin Craig is the A-level GCSE revision company that I go and run the courses for. First one, if there was another world war and rationing went up again, what common day items do you see the government saying they need people to send them, like steel in World War II? Probably steel again. Computer components. A lot of things, potentially. Not a lot of single-use plastics. Frank Spanner, if there I'll answer that one. Hey. Theoretically, I've almost caught up, but that could be because everyone slowed down. Dusquid, I'm not surprised you got fed up of the M5. I went over it a few times today, and well, it wasn't moving fast. No, it really wasn't moving fast. I was asking, but that's actually, I think it was on the M3 at one point as well, and that also wasn't moving fast. A303 was a bit better. A30 was marginal. But no. M25 was just nowhere near was I going near that today. That just looked a nightmare on my map. It was a sea of red. I use my route system comes up and it just basically shows traffic ahead, and the M25 was the brightest red I have ever seen that map go. I was asking, but that's actually an interesting concept. What China is doing with foreign investment is a form of capitalism. Now, I've thought of it this way: why is it still allowed within World Trade Organization? Is concerning. Welcome to realpolitik, and now the Chinese have been doing it. How do we stop them? And can we afford to stop them? Do we? What happens? What the economic repercussions of stopping them? Mm-hmm. 4 hours and 12 minutes. Frank Susado, and I'm 6 minutes behind, apparently. Someone saying mouse against Shermans. I doubt the mouse has got enough ammunition for that one. I definitely doubt it would have enough ammunition for that one. As I say, also another thought: China is not and never was truly communist. USSR wasn't. I call it party oligarchy. I usually call it a gerontocracy. Partially oligarchy, partially gerontocracy. It's the China is China is China. Don't approach it with preconceived notions. Look at it as it is, not as you think it should be, and you will get a far better understanding of it. And even then, you won't really always understand it because it's very it's a very complicated ecosystem. In many ways, it's far more complicated than than Western nations, arguably because so much of it goes on beyond underneath the surface. Also, World War II vessels useful today, maybe Belfast light cruisers. They could be useful for bombardment or Alaska. Yeah, they could be. Down payment. They probably might have them if it to that, but let's see. 25.4 times 6 would be 152.4, which means we're only talking 2.6 millimeters off of 155, so possibly. Oh. Yes, Tien Wong. It was about reminding them of the pecking order. As you say, Laos or Cambodia. But it's about China, and I've finished the Iron Brew. In my opinion, those wars, and as I said, I've only read about a dozen or so books. But it's about China beating up Vietnam to remind everyone that it's the boss of the area. It's the big one. They have to listen to them because if Vietnam has this much trouble fighting China, imagine what Cambodia and Laos would have. Dirt Squad, I think in the nicest way, I wouldn't be surprised if that would be, if they were doing that kind of system, that'd be a crowdsourced code. It wouldn't even be a choice of sign up, it would be your computers being taken over. Do you know, Vietnam withdrew from Laos and Cambodia. Did they? Just because there aren't troops there doesn't mean they've withdrawn. Dirt Squad, I think one of the major calls of the population may rule answer one. Do you like the F-35C? Do you think the UK should have gone for it, have it or the F-35A? I think we should have gone for the F-35B. And I've said why this in the past. In a nice way, Britain's not going to be able to afford, and never would be able to afford, a large enough carrier fleet. Not with the amount of money the governments are going to prepare to pay for it. So, and Britain can't afford to run two types of F-35. So that means you're going to end up with the Queen Elizabeths, and your options for getting more flight decks, which you do need more flight decks, because you need about 5 flight decks to guarantee the availability of 2, is 3 LHDs, which will probably replace the literal strike ships and Albion and Bulwark at some point. That'll be probably the way they'll go down will be an LHD design. With a ski jump, and there's all been talks about this, etc. In which case, you end up with 5 flight decks, which can each take with hangars, which can each operate the same aircraft in different air groups. So you end up with the potential that, if necessary, you run an LHD as a light carrier for airborne early warning and air defense as a fill-in if both of the Queens are busy. That makes sense for Britain. Yes, the F-35B is not the best of the F-35s in terms of the capacities. That's probably the C. But having 2 decks means you're always one away from having virtually no decks. Whereas having 5 decks means you usually have at least 2 available. In their case, therefore, F-35B is the better because whilst it's the weaker, technically weaker aircraft, it's strategically the more suitable one, as long as we have enough aircraft. So this is why I support the B, and this is why I make the case I do. Crazy Locker, any suggestions for Steve at the model shed building a flag class Corvette on his channel? I have a book somewhere entirely on the flag class, but he probably already has it. He seems to be fairly well resourced and fairly sensible in his procurement. That's awesome. I read classics more. Have you seen a new shell casing that's polymer, not brass? They're pretty cool, but I'm concerned about reloading cases of home load rounds. It'll be interesting. Seneca, all the major navies in World War II are now given in 2020, given all their World War II ships. Again, if they are turned into massive ships, museum ships, they now have 2 of them and have to modernize them. What happens? The British government has a panic attack and cries. The American government probably is also crying. A lot of people are crying. A lot of governments are crying. It's going to be very slow. There aren't the yards there were in World War II. They're going to have to build a lot of yards. And actually modernizing all those ships, good luck. You ever in Cheddar on a weekend? Occasionally. I think at some point I'm possibly going to be going down there for a research writing week. Going on, read 5 flight decks, and occasionally you only need an LHD for our armed humanitarian diplomatic presence, e.g. not a full Queen Elizabeth. Yeah. Four hours and 25 minutes. Yes, and I think I'm roughly caught up. And I'm out of Iron Brew, so I am going to end this at some point. Probably at the 4.5 hour mark. Right, thank you everyone, and thank you everyone for being here, and I hope you enjoyed it so far. Dan Freeman, no, by the way, I've been on it once from M4 to Enfield, area for a scout camp, Bounds Green, and was empty, but I know that's rare. That is very rare. Usually, if I drive up it at about 1:30 a.m. in the morning, the M25 is empty. Between 1:30 and 2:30 a.m. in the morning, it's usually empty. After that time, it gets full. Cool, Steve Winish. Discord. Here, how do we man all these? How do we crew all these ships? How do we pay the crews? How do we find someone who knows the exact workings of one of these boilers? It would be a nightmare. That'll be fun, Carl. Oh, it's been fun. Thank you very much for being here. Frank Dr. C, favorite monster movie? Monsters Inc. Come on, you knew that was what I'm going on. Probably the Monsters Inc. University one. There are some monster movies I watch and I just sit there and go, oh good lord, they've got the pro forma terrible military in there again. Way, it's gonna be atrocious. Crazy Locker, thanks, Stock and Chat. Take care. Thanks, Steve Thompson. The 401, 410, and 403 are always busy here. The 407, toll road is typically clearer. That's not unusual. Usually toll roads are clearer. Sadly enough for everyone else involved. Because they cost. This was empty at 9 p.m. on a Friday night. That's unheard of. The M25 being empty. What was there? A major sporting event on? Was the football? Was there rugby, football, Olympics? That's got no. I haven't watched the Vigil series. I like my blood pressure where it is. Paul Johnson, Dr. Clark, do you have a favorite ship and why is it your favorite? Let's put it this way. I have about a top dozen, but I can honestly say, when writing up what happened to HMS Nubian at the end of her life for my book, I may or may not have been crying. So we'll go with that one. And I just felt that's because she should have... Nubian, if any ship deserves to have been preserved for Britain, the ship which managed to catch up with Warspite, if not possible, if it wasn't for the fact that destroyers have their battle honours counted differently than battleships. A battleship fires its guns, it's a battle. A destroyer fires its guns, it's part of a campaign. Would probably have exceeded Warspite in one war, and she is just, yeah. Thanks, Thomasina, thank you. I hope the answers were good. Thank you very much for being here. Take care, Calhoun. Thank you, Blue Shirt Butter. Hello, Alfie Rowe. Thank you, Sean V. Thank you, everyone. That's got an M25 empty at 9 p.m. Police were trying to move someone important and Carl Harmon around the cordon. Potentially. Vision, just got back. Still more garbage to go. Good night from the Saratoga Courtyard in Merritt. Thank you. Good luck. Take care, DG40. Take care, Senator Canaris. Take care, everyone. Thank you. Well, that's definite love, Stafford Thompson. Thank you, Depp Scott. Thank you, Frank Sparado. Thank you, Tien Wong. Thank you, Greg Salsky. Yes, we're ending now. It's 10:30. I have books to sort out tomorrow, so I'm going to be busy all day. But you have videos loaded up to come through. The next 3 of the Axis Admirals are all loaded up and done. They were all recorded last night, as are the 3 book or 2 to reviews, which will come out after the last of the shipbuilding ones, which will come out tomorrow. So I hope you enjoyed. Thank you, Kahedron. Thank you, Tien Rong. Thank you, Crazy Locker. Thank you, everyone. Right. Oh, take care, everyone. Take care. Bye. And as ever, thank you very much, everyone who's watching this. And as always, the links to Discord, the links to Spreadshirt, the links to Patreon, the links to everything are down below. Thank you very much for watching. Take care. Have a nice evening.